Chapter 5009. This cultivation technique was extremely famous on the Heaven Stage Island, so much so that even he had heard of it. However, for someone like him who had mastered the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing chi and thunder burial, this ultimate killing technique, it was fine even if he had only heard of it. He wouldn't care about it at all, let alone have any covetous thoughts about it. For Southern Aurora to flaunt this kind of thing in front of him would only be asking for a snub. That's right. The formless divine technique that I cultivate is one of the legendary 5 great divine techniques. Nantien Aurora found a rare opportunity to show off in front of Okuda. If that's the case, I'll have to thank you then. Lin Yi cut her off. Huh. Before Nantien Aurora could react, Okuda had already ordered, someone, send Vice Dean Nantien out for me. Ah. I'll take my leave. Nantien Aurora's old face turned red. After a long while, he squeezed out these words and left resentfully. Okuda Island Master, I've understood everything that needs to be understood. Let's begin, Lin Yi said impatiently. Okay. Okuda nodded and nodded to Steward Sunday. Lin Yi slowly walked to the center of the concentration formation. Once everything was ready, Steward Sun finally activated the formation. In an instant, Lin Yi felt his primordial spirit being forcefully pulled out of his body and quickly condensed into a single point. This feeling was like being squeezed and crushed alive. It was not pleasant at all. Fortunately, this process did not take long. In just a short moment, the extreme condensation was completed. From the perspective of Okuda and the others, at this moment, Lin Yi's glabella looked like it was about to open a heavenly eye. An extremely dazzling and blazing light condensed, and then suddenly shot into the sky. Then, it dissipated and returned to normal. Island Master, it's a success. Steward Sun heaved a sigh of relief. He was clearly just a mysterious Ascension Realm expert, but Lin Yi's primordial spirit was much stronger than he had imagined. Just now, the concentration formation even showed signs of instability. It was likely that it had reached the upper limit of what it could withstand. Fortunately, Lin Yi's primordial spirit was not stronger than this, or else all his efforts would have been in vain. Okay. Do we need to leave his body in the formation? Okuda asked. That won't be necessary. The concentration formation is only for the projection. Since it's already a success, his primordial spirit is naturally connected to his body. So, it doesn't matter where his primordial spirit is, as long as it's not isolated from divine sense. Steward Sun shook his head. Okuda Island Master, since that's the case, let me bring Boss's body back to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. That way, it'll be more convenient for us to take care of him, Wei Shinjin said. That's fine. If there's anything, you can come to the Island Lord Pavilion to find me. Young Hero Lin is a friend of my Okuda family. I won't ignore his matters, Okuda said. Island Okuda. Feng Wei God. Okuda, one Island Master quickly of spirit, Wu, Master Wu Wu, Sect Long, Master Su, Sect, Wu Su, King Wu Su, Master Wu Su, Sect, WN Master, Long, Us, WAN, Wu, Tang, Tian, World Soon, Wu Miao, Zheng Dongjue, Nantien Aurora, and Tong Yang Suor gathered together again. Zheng Dongsheng was among them. Although Zheng Dongsheng said he wanted to return to the East Continent, he couldn't make it in time for the Okuda Dam warship. Moreover, the treasure ship that traveled between the East Continent and Middle Island had only left a few days ago. He didn't know when the next one would arrive. Even though he was a 7th grade pill refiner, he couldn't go to the East Continent whenever he wanted. There were only 2 ways to get to the East Continent from Middle Island. Either the treasure ship or the flying spirit beast. He couldn't count on the treasure ship for the time being, but he couldn't rely on the flying spirit beast either. The East Continent was too far away from the other Heaven-rank islands. Unless he had an extremely powerful ferocious bird like the ghost-eyed golden eagle, it would be very difficult for ordinary flying spirit beasts to travel between the 2 islands. Of course, there was no lack of evil secret techniques in this world. One could use the cruel method of burning the life force of flying spirit beasts to travel between the East Continent and the other Heaven-rank islands. Unfortunately, Zheng Dongsheng wasn't an evil expert like the Almighty in West Mountain. He was just a pill refiner. How could he know such evil secret techniques? Zheng Dongsheng had no choice but to wait in the medicine sect. He didn't want to wait for the treasure ship to arrive in the East Continent. Instead, he received news that Lin Yi's primordial spirit had been projected to the secular world. Does this mean that Lin Yi won't be coming back anytime soon? Zheng Dongsheng confirmed. That's right. Although he's only in the early stage mysterious ascension stage, he's very powerful. I estimate that given the strength of his primordial spirit, he can stay in the secular world for at least 4 months. He might even stay for half a year. Moreover, he came from the secular world, so he shouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Therefore, we don't have to worry about him for the time being, said Nantian Aurora with a nod. It's worth celebrating. This is a rare piece of good news, said Wu Miao happily. Due to the previous incident, his position in the Island Master Pavilion was somewhat awkward. Although the Executive Deputy Island Master was the second in command, if Okuda Prefecture didn't like him, his authority would definitely be greatly reduced. Now that Lin Yi was gone, Wu Miao had a chance to repair her relationship with Okuda Prefecture. After all, they didn't have a direct conflict with each other. They only had a disagreement because of Lin Yi. Both of them were influential figures. He believed that Okuda Prefecture wouldn't really fall out with him, the second in command, for the sake of the overall situation. Nantian Aurora was overjoyed as well. This was truly a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. His future had been bleak, but now that Lin Yi had left, Wu Miao would be able to stabilize her position in the Island Lord's pavilion. Her position as the acting Vice Island Lord was just around the corner. Her future was truly boundless. Indeed. This way, Tiandan Pavilion will be without a leader. It'll be much easier to deal with them in the future, sneered Zhang Dongsheng. Oh! From what Master Zheng said, are you going to change your mind and not return to East Continent? Asked Wu Miao. Our base has already been destroyed. What can I do even if I go back now? Since I can't go back, I might as well stay in Middle Island and guard the medicine sect. I'll think of a way to get rid of Tiandan Pavilion first, said Zheng Dongsheng hatefully. After waiting for a few days, he had calmed down. His hatred had completely shifted to Lin Yi and Tiandan Pavilion. Since he couldn't deal with Lin Yi for the time being, he would deal with Tiandan Pavilion first to vent his hatred. You're right, cousin. The medicine sect is one of our Zheng family's most important businesses. We must take this opportunity to get rid of Tiandan Pavilion. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we can't deal with it in the future, agreed Zhang Dongjue. Chapter 50-10. Lin Yi was completely unaware of all this. His condensed primordial spirit was penetrating a broken space. Although its speed was extremely fast, he also felt a great resistance at the same time. Every moment he moved forward, he felt that his primordial spirit was getting weaker. This was under the premise that the resistance was weakened to the greatest extent. If there was no concentration array to condense the primordial spirit into a point, not to mention the world-breaking projection, Lin Yi felt that he could not even hold on for a moment. He estimated that as soon as he entered the broken space, his primordial spirit would be wiped out. The primordial spirit traveled through the broken space for an unknown amount of time until it was weakened to less than 1/10 of its original strength. Finally, the front suddenly became clear, and the primordial spirit entered a new stable space. Lin Yi was immediately delighted. This should be the success of the primordial spirit projection, right? In front of him was a vast mountain forest. He did not know where this place was, but Lin Yi soon keenly discovered that this should be the secular world. It was not purely an assumption, but because the spiritual energy here was far less rich and abundant than on Heaven Stage Island. There was no place on Heaven Stage Island with such thin spiritual energy, so this must be the secular world without a doubt. He did not feel it before, but now that he had experienced the environment of Heaven Stage Island for so long, Lin Yi suddenly understood why Heaven Stage Island was isolated from the secular world. It was also no wonder that the practitioners in the secular world yearned to go to Heaven Stage Island. Even if he was just a commoner with no background on the Heaven Step Island, the cultivation environment there was much better than that of the secular world. Even those hidden ancient sects could only look on in the dust. This was the case in the heavens and the earth. However, a son would not dislike an ugly mother, and a dog would not dislike a poor family. Although the secular world could not be compared to Heaven Stage Island, for Lin Yi, it was, after all, his hometown. This long-lost sense of familiarity could not be compared to any place on Heaven Stage Island. Even in the northern base camp, he rarely had this sense of belonging. Now, he was finally home. Going home was going home, but Lin Yi was really not used to this current state. At this time, he was a spirit with an uncertain shape, like a ghost, as if it would dissipate with the wind. There was no sense of security to speak of. This state was too unstable. Lin Yi quickly began to shape the spirit into his own spirit body. Although there was no difference in essence between the two, after becoming the spirit body, he could more or less find some familiarity with the physical body. Moreover, the primordial spirit was a condensed version of the primordial spirit. To a certain extent, it was a physical existence. There were many things that the primordial spirit form could not do, but the primordial spirit form could. However, this kind of transformation would consume more than half of the divine sense. The strength of the primordial spirit was originally less than a tenth of its original strength. While shaping his Yuanshan body, Lin Yi was also carefully observing his current state. Just as Steward Sun had said, he could clearly feel the thread of Yuanshan connection between himself and his physical body. This feeling was very subtle, not as unreachable as he had imagined, but unexpectedly close. It was as if the distance between his Yuanshan and his physical body was not that great, only a layer of shattered space separated them. At this moment, if there was someone beside him, they would definitely be stunned by the scene in front of them. A cloud of white mist slowly surged, and a somewhat humanoid silhouette appeared. The torso, limbs, and head became clearer bit by bit, and even the clothes were transformed. In a moment, it had become a living person. Lin Yi didn't find this strange, but when he became a real soul, he was shocked because there was a jade pendant hanging on his chest. How could this be? Lin Yi was stunned. He had just transformed the clothes, and didn't even think about transforming the jade pendant. After all, this thing was worn on his physical body on Heaven Stage Island. Even if it was transformed here, it would just be an ordinary ornament, and it would be meaningless. Lin Yi quickly picked it up, and the expression on his face suddenly became more and more surprised. This kind of solid touch was clearly a real jade pendant. This thing was actually brought here by him, but he clearly didn't do anything. Thinking of all kinds of magical and heaven-defying aspects of the jade pendant, Lin Yi's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that this thing followed him here? A physical jade pendant was actually projected into the secular world together with the spirit. Although this sounded incredible, but thinking about it, which ability of this jade pendant was not incredible? If it was said that the jade pendant had no spirituality, Lin Yi absolutely wouldn't believe it. Since it was an object with spirituality, then it was not difficult to understand that it followed its master through time. It could only be said that the world was so big that nothing was too strange. After seeing so much of the world, Lin Yi was already used to these things. Although there were no decent masters in the secular world, the existence of the jade pendant could, after all, make it a lot more convenient for Lin Yi to do a lot of things. This was a rare and unexpected surprise. Compared to this, Lin Yi was more concerned about the ghost staying in the jade pendant. Since the jade pendant had passed through, then the ghost should have followed it. Senior Ghost, we are finally back. Lin Yi couldn't wait to find the ghost and said. During this time, the ghost seemed to have been in closed-door cultivation, but this time it was rare to come back to the secular world, so it was not too much to disturb it. Ian, you are finally back. Long time no see, little Lin. A very familiar voice came from the jade pendant. Pu. Cough cough. When Lin Yi heard this voice, he suddenly choked. After a long time, he reacted in disbelief. Jiao Lao? Why is it you? Why can't it be me? Don't you miss me? Jiao Yaz's tone was a bit mischievous. No, I mean, why are you awake? As Lin Yi said this, he separated a trace of divine sense into the space of the jade pendant. Sure enough, Jiao Lao had returned to his normal state, and was no longer in the state of a disconnected phantom. This is the secular world, not the heavenly island. Of course I am awake. Jiao Yazi stretched in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi stayed in the heavenly island for 3 years, and he also slept for 3 years. Although it was not like a real body that would rust, there was still an inexplicable sense of alienation. That's great. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Jiao Yazi was an elder to him. It was a great thing to see Jiao Yazi return to normal, but on the other side, when he saw a black fog phantom, he was suddenly stunned. Senior Ghost, don't ask me, I don't know what is going on. Speaking of which, I am even more confused than you. Little Lin, how did you come back? Jiao Yazi asked in confusion. Chapter 50:11. The ghostly thing didn't look like it was in closed-door cultivation at all. It was clearly a group of shadows, similar to the state of Jiao Yazi on Heaven Island. It had inexplicably entered a dormant state and couldn't be woken up. This doesn't make sense. I fell into a dormant state on Heaven Island because I couldn't resonate with the origin memory, but what's going on with him? Didn't the jade pendant bring him along? Jiao Yazi asked curiously. This is possible because Senior Ghost has always been in closed-door cultivation. I didn't mention the matter of spirit projection to him. I thought that the jade pendant must have been left on the main body on Heaven Island, so it shouldn't have any effect on him. I didn't expect the jade pendant to actually follow me. Maybe Senior Ghost was really caught off guard and was left behind, so he only left behind this shadow. Lin Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This wasn't impossible. If he wanted to break the boundary projection, he had to rely on the concentration spirit array. With the level of the ghostly thing's super strong spirit, the concentration spirit array had no effect on him. It would be strange if he could really follow me. It was reasonable for him to be left behind if he wasn't careful. However, this was also Lin Yi's own speculation. After all, the ability of the jade pendant was really beyond imagination. What if it really brought the ghostly thing over? Maybe it was just that the ghostly thing couldn't withstand the impact, so it fell into a dormant state. As for what the situation is, you will naturally know after a while or when you return to Heaven Island, Jiao Yazi said. This is the only way for now. Lin Yi nodded. Although the ghostly thing situation made him a little worried, since Jiao Yazi had recovered, it meant that this was indeed the secular world. There were still a lot of things to do. After the primordial spirit was completely shaped, Lin Yi finally experienced the feeling of having his feet on the ground again. Although he also yearned for the ability to fly, he did not like the feeling of floating. A gust of wind would make him lose control of his body. How was this flying? It was clearly a lonely wild ghost. After forming his primordial soul, Lin Yi recalled Southern Polar Light's words. His first reaction was to check his current strength. However, at this moment, the jade pendant suddenly emitted an urgent warning. There were actually 2 people, one in front and one behind, rushing over from a distance in the dense forest. Strange. There's nothing special about this deep mountain forest, but there's actually such a large spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that some kind of spirit beast has appeared? The leader was a young man wearing a strange daoist robe of an unknown sect. Although he looked handsome, his pair of white eyebrows were a little out of place with his appearance. It was very strange. No way. The spiritual energy in the secular world is so thin. How could there be any spirit beasts? Even if there really are spirit beasts, after staying in this place for a long time, they would probably degenerate to the same level as ordinary wild beasts. The man following behind looked much more mature. He was just like a handsome middle-aged uncle with an elegant demeanor. Brother Fei, there are always exceptions to everything. Although the secular world is trash, there are always some redeeming qualities. Who knows, there might be some strange places that give birth to spirit beasts, the man with the surname Fei said with a smile. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. However, compared to spirit beasts, I feel that the possibility of it being a heavenly treasure is higher, the man with the surname Fei speculated. Although heavenly treasures also required the nourishment of spiritual energy, if the surrounding conditions were suitable, the requirement for spiritual energy would not be as high as that of spirit beasts. In the cultivation world, it was often said that a place with spirit beasts would definitely have heavenly treasures. However, a place with heavenly treasures might not necessarily have spirit beasts. Haha, It doesn't matter if it's a heavenly treasure or a spirit beast. Since we've encountered it, it's our fate. Brother Fei, we've already agreed that no matter what it is, we'll split it evenly. Otherwise, we'll use other resources to exchange. The two of us can't fight over this, the man with the white eyebrows said with a smile. Hehe, Sun Baimai, you and I have known each other for more than a year or two. Just based on our friendship, do you think you'll fall out with me over such a small profit? Fei Yangsheng couldn't help but laugh. Brother Fei is right. Then let's take a good look at what treasure is in front of us. Sun Baimai laughed and increased his speed. Fei Yangsheng followed closely behind. Hearing the movements of the two people getting closer, Lin Yi's first reaction was to escape. Admittedly, with the strength of his main body, which was comparable to the early stage of the mountain opening stage, he would definitely be a terrifying existence in the secular world that could destroy all the ancient sects with a flick of his finger. However, the problem was that he was only a Yuan Shen. Moreover, it was a Yuan Shen that had just been sent over, so it was in its weakest state. His current strength wasn't even at the heaven stage full circle. To be honest, even with this strength, he could be said to be invincible in the secular world. However, the two people in front of him clearly didn't come with good intentions. Moreover, according to Lin Yi's divine sense, these two people were definitely not simple. Although he had the thought of escaping, the Yuan Shen had just been formed, so Lin Yi couldn't adapt to it in a short time. When he took his first step, he almost stumbled and fell. Even though he had adapted very quickly and could smoothly control his body in the blink of an eye, under such circumstances, how fast could he run? In the blink of an eye, Sun Baimai and Fei Yangsheng were already in front of him. When they saw Lin Yi, they were instantly shocked. Why is it a person? However, Sun Baimai immediately realized that something was wrong. He was overjoyed and shouted, "No! This is a Yuan Shen. I didn't expect there to be a Yuan Shen with such strong spiritual energy here. This is great. This trip to the secular world was not a waste. As long as I refine it, I will have a chance to break through to the golden core stage. Oh, I almost forgot. Brother Sun, the divine skill that you cultivate is specially for devouring spiritual objects. Congratulations." Fei Yangsheng was a little regretful. Whether it was a spiritual beast or a natural treasure, he could have gotten a share of it. Unfortunately, this Yuan Shen had appeared out of nowhere. To Sun Baimai, it was a priceless treasure, but to him, it was of no use at all. Haha, please help me, Brother Fei. I will devour it now. Sun Baimai couldn't wait to take action. After seeing the two of them up close, Lin Yi was shocked. What the hell? Why are these two experts at the foundation establishment stage? Was this still the secular world? Could it be that he had accidentally been sent to another plane by mistake? However, Lin Yi immediately denied this idea. If Jiao Yazi hadn't woken up, he might have had to investigate further. However, since Jiao Yazi had woken up, it meant that this was definitely the secular world. The problem was, since when did the secular world have a Heaven Dao stage expert? Chapter 50:12. In an instant, Lin Yi's mind was filled with all sorts of possibilities, but he didn't have time to think about it. With his current strength that wasn't even at the Heaven stage great perfection, he couldn't fight back at all. He could only run. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he recalled what Nantian Aurora had said before. They were both Yuan Shis who could comfortably hide for a month to consolidate their strength, but he, on the other hand, was being hunted down the moment he was sent over. The difference in treatment was too big, wasn't it? Of course, if this was the Heaven Stage Island, the strength of these two people could only be said to be very ordinary. One was in the late stage of foundation establishment, and the other was in the middle stage. Lin Yi could casually kill a bunch of them with a slap, but this was the secular world. His strength wasn't even at the Heaven stage great perfection. What should he do? However, although the psychological gap was huge, Lin Yi was never a one-track-minded person. At this time, he didn't care about the pride of a profound ascending stage master. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was his life motto. Lin Yi never saw escaping as a shameful thing. This was the case in the secular world, and it was the same on the Heaven Stage Island. As long as there's life, there's hope. When he was strong enough, he could trample on them again. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Seeing that Lin Yi turned and ran, Bai Mai immediately became anxious. This was a rare opportunity for him. How could he let it go so easily? He would be punished by the heavens. "Where do you think you're going?" Bai Mai shouted and immediately chased after him without caring about anything else. His speed was raised to the extreme. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was like a human cannonball. After all, he was a late-stage foundation establishment stage master. Normally, it was impossible to see him in the secular world. In order to take down Lin Yi, he went all out without caring about the price. Even Fei Yangsheng, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment stage, couldn't catch up. On the other hand, because Lin Yi wasn't familiar with the Yuanshan body, he finally managed to escape smoothly. In the end, the distance between the two was instantly shortened to less than a meter. Haha, no spirit creature that I've set my eyes on can escape. Capture. As Sun Bai Mai spoke, he suddenly raised his wide sleeves. It was unknown what method he used, but an astonishing suction force came from his sleeves. Ordinary cultivators might be able to resist it, but this suction force was extremely effective against primordial spirits. It was at least 10 times stronger. To be precise, this move was specifically used to subdue spiritual objects, especially against primordial spirits. Lin Yi lost his balance and was almost sucked in. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. At the critical moment, he counterattacked with the power of thunder and lightning. If it was Lin Yi's original body, he could easily kill a nascent soul stage cultivator with just a casual lightning strike, let alone Sun Bai Mai, who was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, he was just a weak primordial spirit, so the lightning he hurriedly threw out was pitifully weak. It was only a faint blue electric arc. However, although it wasn't very powerful, it came so suddenly. Sun Bai Mai didn't even have time to react before he was hit. His body suddenly became numb, and a gap appeared in his movements. Lin Yi took the opportunity to escape from the suction force of his sleeves. Without saying anything, he ran for his life. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped a large distance. Actually, with Lin Yi's personality, if Sun Bai Mai was alone, he might have tried to counterattack. Although his current strength was so weak that he couldn't withstand a single blow, he had a lot of battle experience. Moreover, he had many trump cards. It wasn't impossible for him to counterattack and kill a late foundation establishment stage cultivator. Unfortunately, Sun Bai Mai wasn't alone. There was still Fei Yangsheng chasing after him. Lin Yi would have a hard time dealing with one of them. If he was attacked by two of them, he would definitely fail miserably. An expert that was comparable to an early mountain opening stage cultivator had actually died at the hands of a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi feel like he had died with regrets. "Brother Sun, are you okay?" Fei Yangsheng caught up to him and asked. "I'm fine. I don't know why I felt numb just now, but there are no signs of injury. It should just be a bluff. Looks like I'll need Brother Fei's help this time. No matter what, we can't let it escape. When we get back, I'll reward you handsomely." Sun Bai Mei's face was full of confidence. "Okay." Fei Yangsheng nodded and immediately chased after Lin Yi with all his might. As for Sun Bai Mai, who was faster, he changed directions. From the previous encounter, he knew that the speed of this spirit wasn't fast. He could completely surround it and block it from the front. When that happened, he and Fei Yangsheng would attack it from the front and back. Let's see where it could run to. Through divine sense, Lin Yi could clearly see the actions of these two people. However, he couldn't do anything about it. The other party had an overt plot. As long as he was slower than Sun Bai Mai, he would be surrounded sooner or later. The only good news was that after moving for a while, Lin Yi had adapted to the spirit body a lot. His movements were becoming smoother and smoother, and his speed was recovering bit by bit. However, the problem was that it wasn't fast enough. If this continued, he might really fail miserably. This couldn't go on, but Lin Yi couldn't stop. That would only make him die faster. If he wanted to survive, he could only brace himself and continue to run. In fact, other than running away, Lin Yi had another option, which was to release his spirit body before he was blocked by the other party. This way, he would become a spirit that had an unstable form and could float in the air to escape. He could even cancel this journey and use the spirit connection to escape back to Heaven Stage Island. However, if he did that, the spirit projection would be meaningless. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would never do that. Moreover, even if he didn't escape back to Heaven Stage Island, every time he changed between the spirit body and the spirit body, it would inevitably consume a lot of his spirit body. Originally, with the strength of Lin Yi's spirit body, he might be able to last for half a year. However, if he kept going back and forth like this, he might not even last for a month. Although the current situation was dangerous, it wasn't to the point where he was at the end of the line. Lin Yi's eyes flashed. This crisis had indeed caught him off guard, but he was now completely excited. Even Heaven Stage Island, which was filled with experts, couldn't stop him. Once he returned to the secular world, he would be forced into a dead end. How could this be possible? After a while, Lin Yi's speed became faster and faster. However, he was still blocked by Sun Baimai. With a wave of his hand, he used the spirit absorption technique and laughed complacently. Let's see where you can escape this time. Chapter 50:13. For a moment, Lin Yi was caught in a dilemma. However, he was not in a hurry. He suddenly dodged to the side and threw out a small alchemy fire genuine chi bomb. This was a big move that he had painstakingly used along the way. As for the more powerful ultimate moves like Thunder Burial, he could not use them at all in his current state. However, even if it was only a small alchemy fire genuine chi bomb, it was enough to give Baimai and Fei Yangsheng a hard time if they were caught off guard. As expected, Baimai and Fei Yangsheng did not have the chance to react. They were directly blown away by the explosion. When they stood up, their faces were covered in blood and they looked miserable. Waya. I'm so angry. Baimai's son was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. Being injured was secondary. After all, neither he nor Fei Yangsheng were too close to it. At this moment, they only looked miserable, but their actual injuries were not too serious. The key was that the cooked duck had flown away the moment it was removed from the pot. How could he not be anxious? As he cursed, he gritted his teeth and chased after Lin Yi. This time, Baimai and Fei Yangsheng were really determined. They took out all their trump cards and stopped Lin Yi at all costs. However, what shocked the two was that they couldn't catch up to Lin Yi even though they were running as fast as they could. Instead, they could only watch as Lin Yi got further and further away, disappearing without a trace in a matter of moments. Not even his shadow could be found. Is this a ghost? Fei Yangsheng's mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Ghost my ass. Sun Baimai cursed angrily and said unwillingly, but this primordial spirit is unexpectedly strong. Not only can it maintain its human form, but it also has so many tricks. It's a pity that it escaped. Otherwise, it would have a chance to break through to the Gold Core realm. Then, should we still chase after it? Fei Yangsheng asked. Let's try chasing after it again. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch up. Sun Baimai was still hoping that he would get lucky. In any case, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. It was not easy for him to encounter such a powerful primordial spirit. If he could capture this primordial spirit, it would be equivalent to over 100 years of bitter cultivation. No matter how much time he spent, it would be worth it. He had already made up his mind. He could give up on everything else in this trip to the mortal world, except for the primordial spirit. No matter what methods he had to use, he had to capture him. While the two of them were talking, Lin Yi had already fled dozens of miles away. Just now, he had taken advantage of the aftermath of the alchemic fire Real Chi bomb, and at the same time, he had used the real Chi jet technique. His speed had been raised to the extreme in an instant, and he had become more and more familiar with the primordial spirit body. Not only did it not slow down, it actually seemed to be getting faster and faster. So much so that Lin Yi felt that his current speed was even faster than when he was on Heaven Island. Was it because his soul was lighter? It wasn't easy to get rid of Baimai's son and Fei Yangsheng. When Lin Yi slowed down, he was already at the edge of the forest. It seemed that a small town wasn't far away. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. He was currently in a weak state. Normally, it would be best to consolidate his strength in a place where no one would disturb him. However, he didn't dare to stay in the forest anymore. Who knew if he would meet those two again? In comparison, it was safer to go to a small town. Since he couldn't hide in the forest, then he would hide in the city. After walking along a road that wasn't considered wide for 20 minutes, Lin Yi quickly entered the town. The surrounding crowd and traffic also increased. Looking at the secular city in front of him, which he hadn't seen for a long time, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel as if it was a lifetime ago. 3 years, although he had only left for 3 years. In the mortal world, he might have only gone abroad to study, and there wouldn't be too many feelings. However, he had gone to the completely isolated Heaven Island. Whether or not he could come back was unknown, not to mention that too many things had happened in the past 3 years. It was inevitable that things would remain the same, but people would change. Phew, I'm finally back. Lin Yi stretched, and his mood suddenly became a lot better. He didn't feel nervous when he was being chased just now. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity as if he had returned home. Unfortunately, this wasn't West Star Mountain, nor was it East Sea City. It was just an unknown small town. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sharp horn sounded behind him. An electric tricycle stopped behind Lin Yi, and a middle-aged uncle's head popped out. Where are you going? What? Lin Yi had been away from the secular world for too long, so he didn't react for a moment. I said, where are you going? Are you going to get in or not? The middle-aged uncle frowned with a cheap cigarette butt in his mouth. Only then did Lin Yi realize that it was a 3-wheeled motorcycle. He quickly shook his head. I'm not going anywhere. Then why are you randomly waving your hands? Do you have nothing better to do? You're wasting my time. The middle-aged uncle cursed and ran away in an instant. The 3-wheeled motorcycle flashed through the traffic and people, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. That was a superb skill. Lin Yi was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shrugged. Sure enough, this was the familiar secular world. He looked around the surrounding environment. Although this county was far from as prosperous and developed as East Sea City, the downtown area here was not bad. There were people coming and going, and there were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. However, there weren't as many high-rise buildings as in big cities, so the environment was slightly messy. Thinking of the 2 people who had just chased him, Lin Yi didn't dare to neglect them. Right now, he had to quickly find a place to rest. Although there were many people in the downtown area, if the 2 people didn't give up and chased him, there was still a possibility of being discovered. Right now, he was a primordial spirit, so his body was a physical existence to a certain extent. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was no different from an ordinary person. He could do anything that ordinary people could do, but this wasn't safe. After all, he was a primordial spirit. In the eyes of people like By My Son who specialized in this kind of cultivation technique, he was naturally a big light bulb. Even if he mixed in the crowd, he would be recognized at a glance. Therefore, he had to find a safe place to hide. Lin Yi looked around and found a secluded corner of the park to recover his qi. He'd used up almost all of it when he was running for his life, and it was a good thing that the jade came with him. Replenishing qi alone would have been a huge problem. It'd take at least 10 days to half a month before he'd be able to recover. Chapter 50:14. Late Heaven Rank. Lin Yi was speechless as he sensed his current strength. He had worked hard for a few years, only to return to the state he was in. He really didn't know what to say. With a sigh, Lin Yi got up and walked out of the corner of the park. There weren't many people in this place, but from time to time, couples would sneak in. If they weren't careful, they might even see some unsightly scenes. Lin Yi wasn't a pervert who liked to peep at other people's privacy, so he could only step down and give way. Walking to the entrance of the park where people were coming and going, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that this was the secular world. There was no one who could recognize high-grade goods like spirit jades. No matter what they wanted to do, they would use paper money. In this secular world, it was difficult to move an inch without money. With that thought, Lin Yi quickly checked the jade pendant, remembering that Chen Tian had stuffed some cash into it when he was preparing things for him. It seemed like an unnecessary move back then, but it would come in handy now. Lin Yi searched for a while, and sure enough, he found a stack of cash in a pile of miscellaneous items. He took a look at it and found that it was exactly 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is not enough. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. He casually put the 10,000 yuan into his trouser pocket. He had deliberately chosen to wear the clothes of the secular world when his soul was formed. Otherwise, if he really wore the clothes of the Heaven Stage Island, people would think that he was filming a movie when he walked on the street, and he would have attracted a lot of attention. 10,000 wasn't a small amount, and it was more than enough for him to go to Donghai to find Lingshan and Chen Tian. But Lin Yi didn't plan to do that at the moment. He just wanted to find a safe place to recover his strength and figure out where the two Sky Dao practitioners came from. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. But in this way, a mere 10,000 yuan seemed to be a bit of a stretch. If he were to find a slightly better hotel, he probably wouldn't be able to squander for long. However, this was a small county. If he were to find an ordinary hotel, the environment would definitely not be good. How could he cultivate in peace? After thinking about it, Lin Yi felt that the best way was to rent a house. Anyway, he didn't have to rent it for too long. A month should be enough. Even if it was the best suite in a small county, it would probably not cost more than 5,000 renminbi. Even if he included the deposit, he would still have some cash left. After making up his mind, Lin Yi immediately began to look for a real estate agent along the street. Although it was said that renting a house through an agent was not reliable, Lin Yi was only renting for a month as an emergency. It was not like he was going to stay for 3 to 5 years. As long as the condition of the house was passable, it didn't have to be to his liking. Besides, he didn't have the time to visit each house one by one. At least finding a rental agent would save him time and effort. At most, he would be blackmailed. There weren't as many real estate agents in a small county as there were in a big city, but it wasn't hard to find one. Moreover, this was a busy city, so he should be able to find one as long as he casually walked around the streets. Of course, if he was unlucky, he would inevitably have to walk around a few more streets. Lin Yi hadn't even taken a few steps when someone grabbed him from the side. It was only because he'd condensed his body on purpose that people didn't notice anything amiss. Otherwise, the grab would have missed its target. "What's the matter?" Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at the person. It was an old man dressed in simple clothes. There was a small load of vegetables next to him. He looked like an old vegetable seller from the countryside. In addition to the old man, there was a young man with an unfriendly expression next to him. He had a crew cut and was grabbing the old man's clothes. The two of them seemed to have some kind of argument. "Young man, come and judge for this old man. I obviously picked up this lottery ticket from my stall, but this person said he lost it. He didn't buy my vegetables at all. How is that possible?" The old man said angrily. "Bullshit. I accidentally dropped it when I was taking out money. As a result, it fell into his hands when I turned my head. How is this fucking picking it up? It's simply robbery." The crew cut said angrily. "What lottery ticket?" Lin Yi was stunned. Then, he saw that the old man was indeed holding a welfare lottery ticket in his hand. He asked casually, "You won the lottery?" "Look, it's this one. I don't know if I won the lottery or not. The world is really outrageous now. Even an old man like me is robbing the lottery ticket in my hands. Is there any justice in this world?" The old man waved the lottery ticket in his hand in front of Lin Yi's eyes and immediately hid it like a treasure. He was afraid that the crew cut next to him would snatch it. Yo, old man, you're quite good at acting. If you didn't win the lottery, would you hide it like a treasure?" The crew cut sneered a few times and said to Lin Yi, "Bro, don't be fooled by this old man. This old man is very cunning. This lottery ticket clearly won the third prize of 10 bets. One bet is 3,000 yuan. 10 bets are 30,000 yuan. So what if it's 30,000? What does it have to do with you? This lottery ticket isn't yours. Of course, it belongs to me since I picked it up," the old man said stubbornly. Yo, old man, you don't know what's good for you. You're just a country bumpkin, and you dare to come to the county and act so arrogantly. Let me tell you, this lottery ticket is mine. You snatched it from my hands. You're committing a crime, understand? The crew cut grabbed the old man's collar and said, Kiddo, you've heard what happened. Can you please speak up for me? Don't you think the lottery ticket belongs to me? The old man didn't bother with the crew cut as he insisted on asking Lin Yi. That's right. This matter can't be settled between the two of us. Bro, you judge who should this lottery ticket belong to. The crew cut said. Lin Yi looked at the two of them and said faintly, I didn't see what happened with my own eyes. I only heard a few words from the two of you. How can I judge? But since both sides are right, why don't you just call the police? Let the police decide for you. Call the police. I just picked up a lottery ticket from my stall. Is there a need to call the police so serious? The old man was shocked. That's right. There's no need to trouble the police for such a small matter. I think it's better to settle it privately. The crew cut's expression also changed. Since you've decided to settle it privately, then the two of you can discuss it among yourselves. Lin Yi had an attitude of staying out of this matter. After all, this kind of matter couldn't be explained clearly. He could only let the two of them discuss it themselves. Chapter 50:15. Do you think we should split it evenly? The old man was still reluctant. Then there's nothing else to say. Call the police. The crew cut immediately took out his phone. No. Perhaps the old man was afraid of trouble, or perhaps he knew he was in the wrong. He quickly reached out and stopped him. Although he was reluctant, he still reluctantly said, half then. Give me the money, and I will give you the lottery ticket. Look carefully. Here's 5,000. Give me the lottery ticket. The crew cut reached into his arms and took out a stack of money. He looked ordinary and didn't wear any branded clothes. It was a little surprising that he carried so much money with him. 5,000. The old man was stunned when he saw so much money. He might not be able to earn so much money in a year, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. He shouted, You just said 30,000. Why do you only give me 5,000? Are you bullying me because I'm uneducated? If you want this lottery ticket, give me 15,000. 15,000? You old man look honest, but I didn't expect you to be so evil. You want 15,000? You must be crazy about money, the crew cut said as he was about to hit the old man. The old man quickly hid behind Lin Yi and shouted, Young man, you saw it. He said he wanted to split it evenly. He wants to fool me by giving me 5,000 for a lottery ticket that's worth 30,000. He's bullying me because I don't know how to count. Bullshit. Don't you know that there's a tax on the lottery ticket? How dare you ask for 30,000? After deducting 20% of the income tax, there's only 24,000 left. Do you understand? The crew cut couldn't hit the old man, so he could only control his temper and anger. 24,000. The old man was stunned for a moment. He thought for a long time and shouted, You can't just give me 5,000. Young man, help me calculate. How much is half of 24,000? 12,000. Lin Yi said calmly. Yes, 12,000. You see, even this young man said 12,000. You little punk still want to lie to me? The old man was so angry that his face turned red. Well, if you say so, then give me 12,000, and this lottery ticket is yours. How about it, old man? The crew cut said. How can a vegetable farmer like me have so much money? The old man could not help but sound a little embarrassed. He looked at the man with the crew cut and said, I see that you have a lot of money on you. As long as you give me 12,000, this lottery ticket is yours. You wish. Why do I have to do such a troublesome thing and let an old man like you take advantage of it? Let me tell you, I only have 5,000 here. I don't have any more than that. Just tell me if you want it or not, the crew cut said in a tough tone. The old man gritted his teeth and said, No, I'm already at a disadvantage if I have to split it with you. Now, it's going to turn from 12,000 to 5,000. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Okay, I'll call the police now. Old man, don't even think about getting 5,000. The crew cut pretended to pick up his phone again. You. The old man immediately became angry and anxious. He quickly stopped him and said, "All right, I'll take a step back. I don't want 12,000. As long as you give me 10,000, this lottery ticket is yours. Is that okay? I told you, I only have a total of 5,000 with me. I don't have any more than that. If you can give me 10,000, I have no objection. No, as a young man, I'm a little more generous. I don't need 10,000. As long as you give me 5,000, this lottery ticket is yours. How about it, old man? You have nothing to say now, right?" The crew cut sneered. The old man looked a little tempted, but he still said embarrassedly, "I don't have 5,000 either. What else is there to say? Since you can't give me 5,000, then I'll give you 5,000. The lottery ticket is mine, or I'll just call the police. Old man, you choose." As the crew cut said this, he reached out to grab the lottery ticket again. The old man quickly hid behind Lin Yi and shouted, "Only 5,000? I might as well give it to someone else. Young man, as long as you give me 5,000, I'll give you this lottery ticket. Anyway, I can't let this little hooligan have it." "Damn, who are you calling a little hooligan?" The crew cut suddenly became anxious. He immediately rushed over to hit the old man, but the old man was very agile at this time. He dodged left and right around Lin Yi. The two of them chased each other and surrounded Lin Yi in the middle, making it impossible for him to escape. Seeing that they were fighting, the passers-by surrounded them. The crew cut saw that the situation was not good, so he stopped and quickly pulled Lin Yi and the old man to the side of the street corner. He lowered his voice and said, "Forget it. I'll admit that I'm unlucky today, but I don't want to let this old man have it. How about this? Brother, you give me 5,000, and give this old man another 5,000. I'll let you have it. Old man, you don't have any objections, right? Yes, I can see that you are a good person. It's better to let a good person like you have it than to let a little hooligan like him have it. As long as you give me 5,000, the lottery ticket is yours." The old man followed. "Really?" Lin Yi's expression was a little tempted, but he was a little hesitant. "Of course it's true. You give each of us 5,000, and you can get 24,000 with this lottery ticket. There's nothing cheaper than this in the world, right? I didn't bring that much money. If I brought 10,000, you wouldn't have the chance to take advantage of this," the crew cut said resentfully. "But how do I know if this lottery ticket is really a winner?" Lin Yi's face was still a little vigilant. "Isn't it simple? Look at the number and date of this lottery ticket. You can just check it on your phone. Can this kind of thing be deceived? Here, take a look." The crew cut found the official website of the welfare lottery on his phone and found the current prize announcement for Lin Yi to see. Lin Yi leaned over and took a closer look. Then, he said in a surprised tone, "It's really the 10th prize. You see, this kind of thing can't be deceived at all. Bro, do you want it? If you don't want it, I will find someone else. You can exchange 10,000 for 24,000. As long as I call out, there will be people who will snatch this advantage. I think you are a good person, so I'm giving it to you," the crew cut said as he took 2 steps forward, looking like he was going to walk out of the alley. "Young man, I know you are a good person with good intentions. You can take advantage of it. Anyway, it's the same no matter who takes advantage of it. It's better to give it to you. I like you," the old man also persuaded. The two of them talked back and forth. One was trying to persuade Lin Yi, while the other was playing hard to get. In the end, Lin Yi finally relented. He carefully took out the 10,000 from his trouser pocket, divided it into 2 stacks, and handed them to the two of them. "Give me the lottery ticket. You two can count it clearly. 5,000 each, and this lottery ticket has nothing to do with you." Chapter 50:16. Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as this old man. It's clearly not his lottery ticket, but he still extorted 5,000 yuan, and he even looked like he suffered a loss. The crew cut scolded disdainfully, then took the 5,000 yuan and left. "Who are you calling shameless, you little hooligan? Tell me clearly." The old man also quickly put away the money, picked up the pole, and chased after him while cursing. The two of them disappeared into the alleyway in a matter of minutes, and Lin Yi was the only one left in the empty alleyway. Hehe, this is interesting. The last time I left the mountain, I was cheated, and today I'm back in the secular world, I'm still cheated. The trick is still the same. Do I look like a fool? Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. If he couldn't see through such an obvious trick, then he would really be an idiot. Besides, this trick was exactly the same as the one he encountered on the train when he left the mountain. The only difference was that Wang Xinyan had warned him, but now she was only on Sky-Tier Island. How could Lin Yi fall for it? Obviously, from the acting skills of these two people, they should be professional swindlers. They saw the 10,000 yuan in Lin Yi's hand, so they set their eyes on Lin Yi and put on such a good show. These two people were probably very proud, secretly happy that they met a fool who was easy to fool, but in a while, they would know who the fool was. Lin Yi tossed the so-called 10 third-place lottery ticket into the trash, and a stack of money appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Other than his own 10,000, he'd also taken the money from the two men he'd killed, adding it all up to a total of 30,000. He'd been worrying about not having enough money to spend before, but now he'd be able to last for a while. Just now, he felt that things were still the same, but people had changed, but after this experience, Lin Yi felt that the secular world really hadn't changed at all, it was still so good. He put away the 30,000 yuan. Lin Yi walked towards the busy street outside the alley. For him, the most important thing right now was to find a real estate agent to rent a house. Recovering his strength as soon as possible was the most important thing. However, before he could take 2 steps, 5 people suddenly squeezed into the alley. Lin Yi thought that the 2 men had sensed that something was wrong and came back to settle the score with him, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was not the 2 men at all, but 5 punks. The leader was a guy with dyed red hair. He brought a group of people with malicious intent to block the way. This alley was a dead end, and the only exit was blocked by them. Lin Yi couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Of course, this was just a group of hooligans, not the 2 Foundation establishment experts. He didn't need to run at all. Kid, I'm a little short on money recently. Can I borrow a few dollars from you to spend? Red Hair walked over in a carefree manner. Behind him, his 4 lackeys posed as if they were going to explode the heavens. They followed behind him, pretending to be cold and cool. Borrow money? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yes, borrow money. It doesn't need to be much, just 10 or 20,000 yuan will do. As for how much you want to borrow, it depends on whether you know what's good for you. Red Hair had a cigarette in his mouth and blew out a smoke ring, thinking that he was cool. Then I'll have to ask clearly. Are you the only one who wants to borrow money, or do the 4 kings behind you want to borrow money as well? Lin Yi said indifferently. The 4 kings. Red Hair turned around and glanced at his underlings who were pretending to be cool. His face immediately darkened. Among the 4 idiots, one was holding an umbrella, one was holding a fruit knife, one was holding a guitar, and the most ridiculous one was holding a pet golden python. Weren't they the 4 heavenly kings? These 4 lackeys didn't even realize it, and after hearing Lin Yi's words, they posed even more enthusiastically. It seemed like they enjoyed the title of the 4 kings. Yeah, the 4 kings also want to borrow money. Kid, you can decide. Red Hair resisted the urge to turn around and beat them up. He looked at Lin Yi with a dark face. They're already the 4 kings, and they still need to borrow money? Lin Yi chuckled and shrugged. What a pity. I don't have a single cent on me. Why don't you search me? No money. Why did I see a stack of money in your hand on the street just now? Kid, we're giving you face by asking to borrow money from you. You should know what's good for you, understand? Red Hair said with an unfriendly expression. I did have money, but those 2 scammers scammed me. Now I don't have a single cent on me. Lin Yi shook his head. Red Hair still didn't believe him, but the king with the golden python behind him believed him. He came over and said, Brother Red Hair, this kid might be telling the truth. I've seen those 2 before. They're scammers who specialize in scamming people in the countryside. Recently, they've come to the county. This kid might really be scammed by them. Why didn't you say so earlier? Red Hair was furious. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have brought people to stop those two scammers. There was no risk at all, and he could earn a lot of money. Brother Red Hair, you didn't ask me. The Golden Python King looked wronged. Do I even need to ask about this? Will you die if you're smarter? Red Hair really wanted to kick this stupid little brother to death. At this time, it was already too late for him to chase after the two swindlers. Since the two of them had succeeded, they would definitely disappear at the first moment to prevent this idiot in front of him from chasing after them. Do you believe me now? Lin Yi interrupted with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Red Hair already believed him, but he became suspicious when he saw Lin Yi's expression. He pointed at the Golden Python King and said, "Go search him. Maybe he still has money on him." Ah! The Golden Python King was stunned. After being glared at by Red Hair, it walked over unwillingly and reached out to search Lin Yi's pocket. The next moment, its expression changed. It didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. It turned around and stammered, "No, no, no. Did you search carefully? If he still has money on him, he must have hidden it well. What's the use of randomly searching like this?" Red Hair scolded. "It's not that. I mean he doesn't have any pockets." The Golden Python King was about to cry. Bullshit. Those two pockets of his aren't pockets. Red Hair wanted to kick him. But I can't touch him. Empty. The Golden Python King didn't dare to stand next to Lin Yi anymore. It ran behind Red Hair and the others as if it had seen a ghost. Red Hair and the others didn't understand. They were stunned for a long time before scolding. What a mess. Useless trash. You can't even do such a small thing. I'll do it myself. Chapter 50-17. How could this be? Red Hair didn't believe it and tried again, but it was still air. His expression immediately changed to that of the Golden Python Heavenly King. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Lin Yi asked calmly. His control over this primordial spirit had become very smooth. He could control it as he pleased. As long as he didn't want to, Red Hair and the others wouldn't be able to touch him even if they were beaten to death. Big brother, are you a human or a ghost? Red Hair gulped and asked carefully. Why don't you guess? Lin Yi purposely grinned sinisterly. It's broad daylight. Big brother, are you really a ghost? Red Hair was so scared that he was about to cry. He was just extorting, but he ended up extorting a ghost. Wasn't he courting death? Brother Red Hair, I heard that a few people died in this alley before, and the yin energy is especially strong. The Golden Python Heavenly King said weakly. Originally, although Red Hair and the others had goosebumps, it was broad daylight after all, so they could at least hold on for a while. However, after hearing those words, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They cried out "Oh my God" and ran away. However, before they could escape the alley, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of them. Then, they saw Lin Yi with his arms crossed and smiling at them. Red Hair and the others were instantly in a dilemma. This dead end was originally for them to block Lin Yi, but now it was the other way around. They were the ones who were stuck here. This turn of events was really unacceptable. Red Hair took the lead and knelt down with a thud. With a sobbing tone, he said, "Big brother, every debt has its debtor. We just wanted to borrow some money from you. We didn't kill you. If you want revenge, please don't look for us. You want me to let you guys go?" Lin Yi glanced at the five of them indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, you go your bridge of the dead, and I'll go my sunshine. We'll mind our own business. Red Hair and the others nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic. All right, as long as you do one thing, I'll let you go. Lin Yi smiled maliciously. He pointed at Red Hair and said, I hate people who dye their hair red the most. For Heavenly Kings, if you pluck out all of his hair, I'll be merciful and let you go. What? Redhead was dumbfounded when he heard this. The underlings of the 4 Heavenly Kings impatiently pounced forward. Compared to the tyrannical power of the boss, Lin Yi, the evil ghost, was much better. The red-haired man immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. The 4 Heavenly Kings, one after another, plucked his red hair clean. In the end, the red-haired man was plucked bald. He fainted on the spot from the pain and lost consciousness. Big brother ghost, what do you think? The four heavenly kings asked cautiously. It's much more pleasing to the eye. Lin Yi nodded and then asked, do you know where the nearest rental agency is? I know. It's just 2 blocks east of this street. Golden Python Heavenly King quickly said. All right, you guys are quite sensible. I'll let you go this time. Remember this in the future. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he disappeared. The four heavenly kings looked at each other and suddenly sat on the ground. They had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They were so scared that they peed their pants. Even now, their pants were still wet. Why do you think this ghost is looking for a rental agency? The few of them looked at each other. Is there a need to ask? He's definitely looking for a house to harm people. Haven't you heard that a house in our county is haunted recently? I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems like it's true. Golden Python Heavenly King said with certainty. Forget it. Let's go home quickly. This place is so creepy. I don't dare to stay here anymore. Before they could even catch their breath, the few of them quickly got up with lingering fear. They dragged the red-haired man like a dead dog and ran away. They wouldn't dare to come to this alley again. 2 blocks east of the street, Lin Yi really found a rental agency by the roadside. He stepped into the door and quickly picked a suite from the house provided by the agency. This suite was in a somewhat remote new district. There weren't many people in a small county. Such a district naturally didn't have a high occupancy rate. Moreover, more than half of the houses here belonged to those who had been relocated. Many of the houses were used for rent. If they couldn't be rented out, they would simply be left empty. The reason why Lin Yi chose this place was that it was remote. If it was in the downtown area with people coming and going, he wouldn't want it. He wanted to restore his strength in peace. Naturally, the fewer people, the better. The agent rode an electric bike and took Lin Yi to see the house. They rode for half an hour before they arrived. It was indeed very remote. The introduction said that it was a new city development zone, but when they arrived, it was simply in the suburbs. There wasn't even a proper road around, let alone a commercial street. Seeing Lin Yi's strange expression, the agent quickly said, although this place is remote, the environment is good. Look at the green mountains and clear water. How can the downtown area be so quiet? What we are pursuing now is the quality of life. Don't you think so? It's obviously a remote place, yet you can talk so much. Don't tell me you agents are all advertising professionals. Lin Yi smiled a little and said, let's not talk about it first. Let's take a look at the house first. Okay, please come with me. The agent was a little surprised by Lin Yi's words. He quickly took him to see the house. The suite was on the 5th floor. There was no elevator, so they could only climb. If it weren't for Lin Yi's teasing, the agent would probably say something like low carbon and healthy life. You go in and take a look. I won't go in. The agent suddenly stopped at the door. His expression was obviously a little unnatural. Lin Yi felt a little strange, but he didn't take it to heart. He walked in and looked at the room. There were 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Whether it was the lighting or the layout, it was good. It could be seen that the decorations were carefully done. It didn't seem to be done casually. Except for the remote location, he was quite satisfied with everything else. After looking around a few rooms, Lin Yi walked to the door and said to the agent, the house is not bad. How much is the monthly rent? 500. I'll pay 1 for 1. The agent's offer was very straightforward. It seemed that he wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible and leave. He didn't even want to stay a moment longer. 500. Lin Yi was stunned. Such a suite in the suburbs of East Ocean City would cost at least 3,000 yuan. Although this small county was not as prosperous and developed as East Ocean City, Lin Yi estimated that it would cost at least 800 if not 1,000 yuan. 500 was a little too low. Could it be that he overestimated this small county? Chapter 50:18. 450. Lin Yi was even more surprised. There must be something wrong with this abnormality. If he still couldn't detect the problem, then he wouldn't be Lin Yi. He immediately said deliberately, "Are the houses here so cheap? Then I'll look at other houses." No, this suite is relatively cheap. The other suites cost 800, said the agent quickly. Why? Asked Lin Yi. Mainly because this house is special, so it's a little cheaper. I really can't find a more affordable house in other places. The agent looked around and said, "Special? What's special?" Lin Yi was a little surprised. He just walked around, and he didn't see any problems with the house. Could it be that the origin was not clean? The agent didn't want to say it, but seeing that Lin Yi insisted on asking, he had to say it in a hesitant manner. I also heard it from someone. I heard that when this house was renovated, someone died in an accident. He was sawed into 2 pieces by a chainsaw. After that, it began to be haunted. The landlord didn't dare to live in it, so he could only rent it out. That's why the rent is so cheap. When the agent said this, he felt a chill. Even if he just stood at the door, he had goosebumps. He felt a chill inside. If it weren't to support his family, he would have run away long ago. However, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. He thought, if there are ghosts in this world, I'm a ghost now. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't speak, the agent took it for granted that he had failed this time, so he suggested, "How about this? I'll take you to see other houses. I guarantee that the conditions are not worse than this. Although the price is a little more expensive, it won't be too expensive. What do you think?" "No need. Let's do it here. Give me the key. I'll sign the contract now," Lin Yi said simply. "Ah!" The agent was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the contract and keys. He nodded and said, "Okay, you're really brave. But ghosts are just scaring yourself. Just don't think about them." Lin Yi chuckled, signed the money, took the key, and moved in on the spot. Anyway, the house had all kinds of furniture. In fact, it didn't matter even if there was nothing. Anyway, Lin Yi just wanted a place to meditate and cultivate. Everything else was fine. While meditating to recover his true qi, Lin Yi was thinking about his next step. What puzzled Lin Yi the most was, when did such an expert appear in the secular world? As soon as he was projected, he encountered a foundation establishment late stage and a foundation establishment middle stage. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Moreover, since there were foundation establishment experts now, would there be stronger ones, such as gold core experts? This level of strength wasn't much at all in Sky-class Island, but in the secular world, it was too terrifying. After all, the strongest he'd seen in the past was only Sky-class full mastery. These people were invincible. Lin Yi was most worried about Lingshan and the others right now. If they were to go up against these Sky-class masters, it would be hard to imagine what would happen to them. But when he wrote the letter last time, Lingshan and the others didn't mention any Sky-class masters appearing. Could it be that these people had just appeared, or had they always been here, but no one knew about them? But to say that these people were born and raised in the common world, Lin Yi didn't quite believe it. After all, the qi in the common world was too thin. Relying on their own training, reaching Sky-class full mastery was already their limit. It was impossible for them to break through to foundation level, let alone late stage. Maybe even stronger. But if they weren't from the secular world, then where did these people come from? They couldn't be from Sky-class Island, could they? Lin Yi wouldn't have thought like this in the past, but with the Central Merchant Guild, it wasn't impossible. I hope they haven't started fighting yet. Lin Yi sighed worriedly, but he didn't plan on contacting Lingshan and the others immediately. His priority was to recover his strength. Even if he couldn't get as strong as his main body, he couldn't be weaker than the 2 foundation establishment masters. As for why he didn't contact Lingshan and the others right now, the reason was simple. Lin Yi knew that once they received news of him, they'd come looking for him without a care in the world. Before he had enough confidence in dealing with the 2 foundation establishment masters, Lin Yi didn't want to drag them down with him. After all, they weren't foundation establishment early stage, but a foundation establishment late stage and a foundation establishment mid stage. It didn't matter how many Sky-class full mastery came, with such a difference in strength, numbers wouldn't be of any use. He'd have to wait until he had the same level of strength before he had the right to fight them. Of course, Lin Yi thought of another possibility. If there were sky-class masters in the secular world, then wouldn't Ling Shan and the others, who were already sky-class full mastery, break through as well? But as soon as the thought popped up, he rejected it. Ling Shan and the others didn't get their sky-class full mastery from their own training, but Lin Yi raised it all by himself. At least in the secular world, they wouldn't be able to break through. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Yi decided to let go of these thoughts. It was pointless to think about these things. Now that he was back, there was no need to rush. As long as he could recover his strength, everything would be fine. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yi cultivated in his room for a day. When the sky turned dark outside, Lin Yi felt that his strength had increased quite a bit. From the beginning, he was at the late stage of sky class, but now, he was at the peak of the late stage. Although it wasn't worth mentioning compared to his main body's strength, he had only recovered for a day. The effect was already very good. What? Where did this ghost come from? Lin Yi stretched lazily as he mumbled. After listening to the agent's words, he was actually quite excited. For someone at his level, things like ghosts and monsters didn't pose any threat at all. He was just a little curious. Unfortunately, judging from the day's experience, the rumor of a haunted house was most likely a false rumor. After hearing it, they would just laugh it off as it was not credible. It was around 7 now, and the sky outside was completely dark. Lin Yi got up and was ready to go out and ask around. Chapter 50-19. However, when he was about to open the door, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Lin Yi subconsciously became a little vigilant and immediately stopped opening the door. In order to be able to cultivate in peace, he carefully observed the surrounding environment before. There were not many people living in this community, and the building he was in could be counted on one hand. In addition to a small shop on the first floor, only the third floor was occupied, and the fifth floor where he was, there was no one opposite the door. The sixth floor above was empty, and the house was not even renovated, so there would be no one. The fourth floor was the same. In this case, why would there suddenly be footsteps at this time? Could it be that there was really a ghost? Lin Yi's heart moved. Although he did not open the door, he still quietly released his divine sense. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and finally stopped outside the door. Lin Yi was a little excited at first, but soon found that it was in vain. It was not a ghost at all, but 2 living people, one of whom he had just seen during the day. It was the intermediary. In addition to the intermediary, the other was a tall woman with a cold temperament. Lin Yi did not pay attention at first, but then he found that this woman was actually a cultivator, and her strength was not low. She was actually a master in the early stage of the foundation building stage. It had only been a short day since he returned to the secular world, and this was the 3rd master of the foundation building stage he had seen. Lin Yi could not help but secretly wonder what happened in the secular world. However, this woman seemed to have suffered a serious injury, and her breath was obviously not very stable. Ordinary people could not see anything strange on the surface, but it could not be hidden from Lin Yi's eyes. "Miss, the rent of this house is really cheap, but I have to say something in advance, lest you go back and sue us for deceiving the consumer, then we will die of injustice," the intermediary said. "Say it." The tall woman coldly jumped out a word. "To tell you the truth, when this house was renovated, a person was sawed to death by a chainsaw, so it is said to be haunted. Although your house is opposite, I still have to tell you in advance. No one believes in haunted things, but I think it is better to believe in it than not, don't you think?" The intermediary said. Perhaps because the other party was a beautiful woman, his attitude was much more sincere than when he was with Lin Yi during the day. "Ghost! If it dares to come, I will chop it to death," the tall woman said coldly, took the key, walked into the room, and closed the door, leaving the agent standing at the door, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This woman was quite valiant. Lin Yi was secretly speechless. Because cultivators were powerful, they were not afraid of ghosts like ordinary people. However, female cultivators were still women. Even if they were powerful, they could not change some of the habits of women. For example, they were afraid of insects and ghosts. However, this female cultivator was clearly an exception. Her words and actions were cold and overbearing, without the slightest hint of weakness. Looks like I have to find a chance to talk to this little cold girl. Lin Yi pinched his chin and muttered. He wasn't coveting her beauty. With his current situation of having so many female confidants, he didn't have any feelings for ordinary beauty. Even if she really was a heavenly beauty, he wouldn't be too stunned. The reason why he had this idea was because of the other party's strength. Such a master in the early stage of foundation establishment suddenly appeared. If someone said that it had nothing to do with the two masters in the early stage of foundation establishment, Lin Yi would never believe it. However, Lin Yi didn't plan to go up and ask immediately. This little cold girl didn't look easy to talk to. Moreover, she was injured now, so she must be especially wary of strangers. In this case, going up to ask this kind of thing was tantamount to asking for trouble. What's more, Lin Yi's strength was far from recovered. He was only at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. Although it was not a problem to deal with an injured master in the early stage of foundation establishment, it couldn't really intimidate the other party. The most important thing for Lin Yi now was to continue to recover his strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to fight with people head-on. So if he wanted to ask, there must be a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, if he forced it, it would only be counterproductive. When there was no movement at the opposite door, Lin Yi pushed the door open and went to the small store downstairs to ask someone. In the end, he found out that there were no night food stalls nearby. He could only go downtown. Fortunately, Lin Yi's speed was very fast. It would take people half an hour to ride an electric bike, but he arrived in less than 5 minutes. This was including the time he took to ask for directions, otherwise, he would be faster than this. As expected, the night food stalls were really noisy. All kinds of people gathered in this place, drinking beer and eating barbecue. At the same time, they bragged a little to vent. If one had the heart to listen, as long as he stayed here for 2 hours, he would definitely know everything. He didn't even have to take the initiative to talk to people. He just sat there and ate something, and he knew everything he needed to know. Lin Yi didn't even have to take the initiative to talk to people. He just had to sit there and eat something, and he knew everything he needed to know. The first thing that could be confirmed was that the secular world was not in chaos. At least on the surface, there was no chaos in the social order. From this, it could be inferred that the cultivators hidden under the social order were not in chaos. Otherwise, if it was really out of control, the social order would definitely be affected, and not be as calm as it was now. In other words, there weren't any large-scale conflicts between these Sky Dao practitioners and the original powers in the secular world. There were only 2 explanations for this. Either there were very few people who knew of their existence, or these Sky Dao practitioners had reached some sort of agreement with the hidden houses and ancient sects, and they weren't enemies. Either of these 2 scenarios wasn't bad for Lin Yi. As long as there weren't any large-scale conflicts, it meant that Lingshan and the others weren't in any trouble for the time being. After all these people were on the same side because of him, and if anything happened to any one of them, it would alert everyone else. The secret investigation department and all these sects would be in chaos, and things wouldn't be as calm as they were now. After deducing this, Lin Yi could finally relax a little. He still had to figure out where these Sky Dao practitioners came from and what they were planning, but at least it wasn't as urgent as he'd thought. He could wait until Anshin recovered her strength before making any plans. Other than that, Lin Yi had also figured out his current location. He was in a small county in the southwest, Shimar City. It was separated from Donghai by almost the entirety of Huaxia. It was a long distance away from Donghai. Chapter 50-20. However, inquiring about these things was just a precaution. Before his strength recovered to a certain extent, Lin Yi would not leave Shimar City for the time being. After staying at the food stall for 2 hours, it was nearly 10 o'clock when Lin Yi returned to the community. This place was deserted during the day, and it was even quieter at night. Looking around the entire community, there were only a few rooms with lights on. People who were timid would probably not dare to walk at night. Who knew if it was really haunted? In a crowded place like the downtown area, being haunted was just a joke. But in a dark and quiet environment like this, once such a thought popped up, even the most courageous person would have goosebumps. However, Lin Yi did not care. Not to mention that he did not believe that there were ghosts in this world. Even if there were, in his eyes, it was just a kind of spirit. Wasn't he himself now? If he really encountered it, it was uncertain who would be the scariest one. Climbing up the dark stairs to the 5th floor, Lin Yi subconsciously glanced at the opposite door. If he could have a chance encounter with the cold girl, as neighbors, he might be able to get a few words out of her. Unfortunately, the other party must be in seclusion to heal at this time. It was estimated that there would be no chance for a while. Of course, the premise must be a chance encounter. Lin Yi certainly would not take the initiative to knock on the door. Although he could also use the identity of neighbors to strike up a conversation, he estimated that with the cold girl's style, if she was unhappy, she might kill him. That would be counterproductive. Taking out the key, Lin Yi was about to open his door. At this time, the opposite door suddenly opened. The tall woman stood quietly in the room, looking up and down at Lin Yi coldly. Lin Yi jumped in fright. What was wrong with this cold girl, doing something like this in the middle of the night? He was the only one who was brave enough to do something like this in the middle of the night. A normal person would have had a heart attack if they'd been thinking about ghosts. This cold girl wouldn't be lying at the door staring at me, would she? The two of them looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a moment, the tall woman asked, "I heard that your house is haunted." Huh? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "It should be a rumor. Anyway, I don't feel anything wrong. Did it affect you?" "No." The tall woman replied and closed the door without saying anything else. Lin Yi was left standing at the door, confused. He shook his head and laughed. Then, he opened the door and entered his room. Lin Yi was quite surprised by the cold girl's sudden appearance, but he was not afraid that she would see through his problem. Once his spirit body solidified, not only would ordinary people not be able to detect it, even ordinary cultivators would not be able to see through it. Unless it was someone like Sun Baimai who had a special cultivation technique, there was no need to worry about exposing his identity under normal circumstances. At that moment, two people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the residential area. To Lin Yi, they were two familiar faces. One was an old vegetable seller, and the other had a crew cut. They were the two swindlers who had cheated him of his money during the day. What the fuck? The money was clearly in my pocket. Why is it gone? The crew cut cursed. Could it be that you have offended some expert again? You want them to search us clean of all our money without us knowing, right? I told you long ago that we must not be ostentatious in this line of work. You brat, once you have some money, you go to the nightclub to wash your hair. There are all sorts of places like that. No matter who you offend, it will be troublesome. Now, even I am unlucky. The old man scolded. Master, I have said it a few thousand times. I only go to those nightclubs to take advantage of them. I don't do anything else. How would I offend anyone? It can't be that you didn't keep your eyes open. Did you deceive someone you shouldn't have? The crew cut complained. Bullshit. I have been in this line of work for decades. How can I be wrong? It must be you who caused trouble. You don't even know that you have offended someone. You can't be reliable without any hair on your mouth. You should be more careful. The old man continued to scold. Okay. It's all my fault. If I find out which bastard is doing such a wicked thing, I will deceive him. The crew cut said angrily. Just because of what you said, you will suffer in the future. You have no memory at all. The old man patted the crew cut and paused. Fortunately, there is still this job tonight. I won't be empty-handed. TSK, this doesn't cost much. It's boring. The crew cut complained. The scam during the day was 10,000 as long as it was successful. But now, this kind of work only cost 300 or 200. He was not willing to earn this little money. You are thinking of something good. Do you think it is so easy to succeed in the day? It is good enough to catch one in a month. If you don't earn this little money at other times, are you waiting to starve? The old man scolded. Yes. Rice has to be eaten bite by bite, and the road has to be walked step by step. Is this okay? It is obviously a scam, but it is so rustic. Those who don't know would think that they are migrant workers. The crew cut shrank his neck helplessly. If it's not rustic, how can it be a scam? Do you really think it is as high-tech as those movies you watch? Only a fool would believe that. The old man kicked him and urged, "Hurry up, don't delay things. After finishing this job, we still have to do some scouting tomorrow." While the two of them were talking, they walked into a house one after another. They went straight up to the 5th floor and stopped in front of Lin Yi's room. The two of them exchanged glances. The old man then began to paste black paper on his face. In addition to his black clothes, the surrounding light was very dim. His entire person suddenly became a dark mass. He stood in the shadow of the corner. If one didn't pay attention, they really wouldn't notice him. If they did notice him, it would be even worse. If they met such a thing in the middle of the night, they would be scared out of their wit. The crew cut wore a low-quality wig and a wide white robe. At the same time, he patted white foundation on his face and smeared a few streaks of tomato juice on it. At first glance, it looked like blood. When he made a face, it was scarier than the old man. Everything was ready. The old man took out the key and quietly opened the door. The two of them slipped in. When they saw that there was no one in the living room, they looked at each other and slipped into the bedroom. Neither of them made any footsteps, and the way they walked was extremely creepy. At first glance, it looked like they were floating. It really looked like they were haunted. Chapter 50-21. What are you doing? The old man did not see clearly what was going on inside. He slapped Crew Cut's head and scolded silently. Crew Cut still had a horrified expression on his face. He turned his head and pointed into the room, indicating for the old man to take a look himself. Anyway, he did not dare to take a step forward even if he was beaten to death. It's so noisy. The old man scolded silently. He plucked up his courage and poked his head into the room. He only took a glance before retracting his head. If not for the black paper on his face, he would have been even paler than Crew Cut. Did you see it clearly? Is that thing inside a human or not? Crew Cut mouthed. Nonsense. Of course it's a human. But this person is sick. He's not sleeping in the middle of the night. He's actually meditating on the bed. I've been in the pugilistic world for decades, but I was almost scared to death by him. The old man patted his chest with lingering fear. Fuck me. How dare he scare me by meditating? I'm going to scare him into a mental illness today. Crew Cut spat hatefully. He immediately crept in, ready to give Lin Yi a good scare. In the end, he retreated after taking 2 steps. He pouted at the old man with a strange expression. Something's wrong today. What's wrong? I asked you to do something, but you're making excuses. The old man scolded. Under Crew Cut's desperate gesture, he took a look inside and was instantly stunned. It's actually that kid from the day. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? What should we do? Crew Cut asked. What do you mean? We'll just scare him. He can't recognize us anyway. We're wearing makeup. What's there to be afraid of? After saying that, the old man pushed up his Crew Cut and urged, Don't dilly-dally. Hurry up, you go first. Why is it me again? The Crew Cut grumbled, but he still pretended to be a malicious spirit and floated in. After all, it was a lie once, a lie twice. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his own bad luck. He had to run into the muzzle of the gun every time. However, this time, after taking 2 steps, Crew Cut immediately turned around and ran back as if he had seen a ghost. His face was even paler than before. He was so frightened that he could not say a word for a long time. What now? Are you done or not? The old man impatiently gave him a slap. No. No more. The Crew Cut guy said with a sobbing tone. What's gone? The old man was stunned. They're gone. The Crew Cut dragged the old man into the room. The next moment, even the old man's expression turned into one of shock. He had clearly seen that person meditating on the bed just now. Why was he nowhere to be seen now? If it was said that the room was large or had a lot of furniture, then it could be explained. Most likely, the person heard their movements and hid. However, the problem was that the room was not large at all, and there was only a bed and a table inside. There was nothing else. With a casual glance, they could clearly see the situation in the room, and there was no place to hide. The problem was that this was horrifying. In just a moment, a living person was gone. Did that kid jump out of the window and escape? The crew cut thought for a moment. The two of them were guarding the door, and it was impossible for that person to slip out under their watch. The only possibility was to jump out of the window. This is the 5th floor. Who the hell would jump out of the window for no reason? Look at it yourself. The window was clearly locked from the inside. It was never opened. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Then what's going on? Did my eyes deceive me just now? The crew cut guy was puzzled. If your eyes deceive me, so do mine. Is that even possible? The old man curled his lips in annoyance. He braced himself and looked inside again. After confirming that there was nothing, his expression began to become solemn. Could it be that there's really something wrong with this house? Maybe there's really something unclean. Fuck. Master, don't scare me. Boss Huang made up stories about people being killed by chainsaws. It's not real. Besides, he's done it so many times in the past, and there have been no accidents. The crew cut guy was shocked. It's hard to avoid meeting ghosts when walking at night. This old saying is not made up randomly. Maybe there really is such a thing. That Boss Huang is not a good person to begin with. What if someone really died in his house? The old man carefully looked around. He had always been bold, but today, he was really a little scared. Then what should we do? The crew cut guy was already very scared. After hearing what the old man said, his heart suddenly trembled even more. He tightly leaned against the old man, not even daring to look around. What else can we do? Let's hurry up and leave. There's a human way and a ghost way. Even if there's really something unclean, as long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't take the initiative to provoke us. Let's go. The old man did not dare to stay for a moment longer. He walked out before he finished speaking. At first, he was able to slow down a little, but then he walked faster and faster. Soon, it turned into a reckless escape. Wait for me. The crew cut guy hurriedly ran after him. Things like haunting were not something that one should think about at all. Once the thought really popped up, it would quickly occupy his entire mind. It was already good enough for the two of them to turn around and run. If they could even be scared to death by themselves, it would be a really unjust death. The two of them ran to the door like crazy. However, before the old man opened the door, the crew cut guy subconsciously glanced at the bathroom next to him. As a result, he almost fainted on the spot. When the two of them first opened the door, the washroom next to them was closed. But now, there was a crack in the door. What was even more frightening was what they saw through the crack. They could vaguely see a figure inside the washroom. Oh my God! The crew cut guy was so scared that his soul almost jumped out of his body. He grabbed the old man and used him as a shield. The old man was originally hurriedly opening the door, but he was caught off guard and lost his footing. He was directly thrown into the bathroom, and the scene inside could finally be seen clearly. A figure floated in the air like a ghost. It was Lin Yi who had disappeared into thin air in the room just now. At this moment, his body gave off a vague feeling, not like a normal person at all. At this moment, he was floating silently in the bathroom, looking at the two of them with a blank expression. The crew cut guy was scared out of his wits. He opened the door hysterically and staggered to escape. In contrast, the old man looked calmer. After being thrown into the bathroom, he did not dare to look behind him. He followed closely behind the crew cut guy and scrambled to escape. However, as soon as he reached the stairs, there was nothing under his feet. He rolled down the stairs with the crew cut guy. Chapter 5022. To him, this was just a small episode. Since these two scammers were pretending to be ghosts to scare people, they should be prepared to be scared by ghosts. The two of them were just pretending to be ghosts, but Lin Yi was a real ghost. He could scare people to death. The old man and crew cut rolled from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. As soon as they got up, they heard the sound of Lin Yi closing the door. They were scared out of their wits and rolled from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. It had to be said that the two of them had pretty good physiques. After rolling for 2 floors, they were still able to climb back up. They limped down the stairs with all their might until they reached the entrance of the district where there was plenty of light. Only then did they stagger to a stop and sit on the ground in a sorry state. "Master, we are really lucky to be able to escape this time. I will never come to this place again, no matter how much money you give me," Krukut said while panting. "Let's go back to the countryside. We will never come to Shimar City again. It's too dangerous to go to another place." The old man was also scared. Yes. We will never come to Shimar City again." Krukut nodded. He panted and suddenly asked, "Master, was that a ghost?" "Of course, if it wasn't a ghost, who else could it be?" The old man was convinced. "But what did we encounter during the day? It can't be a ghost in broad daylight, right?" Krukut said while shrinking his neck. "Who knows what a ghost is? Maybe it can come out to harm people in broad daylight." The old man curled his lips and replied. Suddenly, he was shocked. "Our money disappeared inexplicably. The problem should be with this ghost. Is it going to pester us?" "Fuck. Master, don't scare me." Krukut did not even have time to catch his breath. He was so scared that he jumped again. "Let's go. We can't stay here for another minute. Let's go and find a Taoist for help. Otherwise, if it really pesters us, neither of us will live." The more the old man thought about it, the more scared he became. He ignored the pain in his body and got up to leave. "But what about Boss Huang?" Krukut quickly caught up and asked. "Who cares what he does? If he has the ability, then subdue this ghost and let him have a headache on his own." The old man scolded angrily. The Boss Huang they were talking about was a small boss in this area. He was also the landlord of Lin Yi's suite. He was a lazy person who ate and ate all day long. On a whim, he came up with an ultimate trick to deceive people, which was to pretend to be a ghost. Although these tenants didn't pay much rent, they couldn't afford to run away one after another. He could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month with this suite. What business could be easier than this in the world? However, if he wanted to scare people away as soon as possible, it would not be enough to just rely on a haunted rumor. It had to be haunted from time to time, so Boss Huang hired these 2 liars. In the past 6 months, this small business of pretending to be ghosts had been flourishing. Although the amount of money they made from swindling each time was not much, it was still 1,000 or so at a time. It was not a small amount when added together. Why haven't they called yet? Boss Huang had been waiting for the call since early in the morning. It was something he had agreed to do with the 2 liars. As long as the tenants were scared away, he would immediately transfer the money to the 2 liars. The 2 liars had always been very proactive. It was already noon today, but there was still no response. In the end, Boss Huang could not wait any longer. He took the initiative to call the 2 liars, but both of their phones were switched off. "I knew these 2 liars wouldn't be reliable. Motherfucker, they must have gotten rich somewhere and are looking down on this small business of 200 to 300 yuan, huh? Those 2 bastards." Boss Huang finally reacted to the situation. He started to call the 2 liars again while cursing. There were a lot of liars these days. Even if the 2 bastards did not want to do this business, there would be plenty of people fighting for it. After scaring the 2 liars away, Lin Yi cultivated for the whole night. He only went out when it was almost noon. Shimar City was not a big place, so he planned to spend some time looking around. He wanted to see if he could find any other Heaven Road Realm experts other than the cold girl who lived across from him, especially the 2 that he had fought with. Although it was a little risky, he still had to investigate his surroundings. Besides, as long as he was not too close to Bai My Son, he should be fine as long as he was careful. As soon as Lin Yi walked out of his room, the door across from him opened. The tall woman glanced at Lin Yi and suddenly said, "Was there a ghost last night?" She lived next door and was an early-stage Foundation establishment realm expert. It would be strange if she did not know about the big commotion the 2 liars made last night. After all, she was only injured and not in a coma. "No, there were 2 pretending to be ghosts, but I scared them away," said Lin Yi honestly. The tall woman nodded and did not say anything else. She turned around and went downstairs. Lin Yi also followed her downstairs. It had to be said that although this cold girl was cold and distant, her temperament was really good. Coupled with her tall and slender figure, her back was pleasing to the eye. However, Lin Yi was just appreciating it. He was not a person who could not move his legs when he saw a beautiful woman. Moreover, there were so many beautiful women around him, so he had a very high immunity to beautiful women. Even if she was pleasing to the eye, he was just looking at her. The two of them walked in silence until they reached the entrance of the community. Then they parted ways. Lin Yi went to Shimar City, while the tall woman went in the opposite direction. Lin Yi could not help but be a little surprised. Where was this cold girl going? Was she going to the countryside? But even though he was confused, Lin Yi did not ask. He walked around Shimar City and bought a phone charger at the same time. There was a solar charger in the Jade space, but it was not very useful in the house. Other than that, Lin Yi also bought a SIM card. His old card had been out of service for a long time, and it had probably been cancelled by now. If he wanted to contact Lingshan and the others in the future, he would have to get a new SIM card. After all, he couldn't just use a public phone. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the brand new phone in his hand. This was a gift from him when he bought the SIM card and charged a few hundred kuai. The quality, of course, wasn't very good. It was the cheapest Android phone on the market, but even so, it was enough for Lin Yi to study it for a while. Chapter 5023. Although it was only the cheapest Android phone, it had all kinds of functions. Lin Yi immersed himself in fiddling with it all the way until he returned to the community. Even if he was already a super master comparable to a giant in the early mountain period, he was still very interested in this high-tech product. Coincidentally, when Lin Yi just arrived at the entrance of the community, he saw that the little cold girl had also come back. She was carrying a large bag of medicinal materials in her hand, which seemed to be used for healing. It turned out that the little cold girl went out to buy medicine, but why didn't she go to the city? Could it be that she could buy rare medicinal materials that couldn't be bought in the city in the countryside? Lin Yi was secretly puzzled, but the medicinal materials were tightly wrapped in yellow paper. He couldn't see what kind of medicinal materials they were, and he couldn't ask rashly. He could only nod at the little cold girl who was walking towards him as a greeting. The tall woman glanced at him and nodded. Then, she walked straight into the residential area without any intention of speaking. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. He could only silently follow behind her and continue to fiddle with his phone. He had met her twice in a row today. He thought he could at least say a few words, but the little cold girl kept rejecting him. What could he do? The two of them went upstairs silently one after another. As a result, halfway up the stairs, the tall woman suddenly stopped for some reason. Lin Yi was busy fiddling with his phone and didn't pay attention, so he almost bumped into her. She was tall to begin with, and she stood taller than Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to run into her, he'd be right in the chest, and that'd be a disaster. Fortunately, Lin Yi was able to react in time and stop his footsteps. They were less than 10 centimeters apart. At such a close distance, not to mention seeing clearly, he could even smell the other party's orchid-like body fragrance clearly. Lin Yi reacted and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly took 2 steps back and asked, "What's wrong? You secretly took pictures of me? Do you believe that I will kill you?" The tall woman glared at Lin Yi fiercely. "Huh!" Lin Yi was stunned when he heard that. He followed the other party's sharp gaze and realized that his phone had been switched to camera mode. Moreover, he had been fiddling with his phone behind her just now. In the eyes of others, it seemed like he was really secretly taking pictures of this cold girl. In particular, the cold girl was wearing a skirt that was not considered long today. With their positions, his phone really had a chance to secretly capture the scene under her skirt. No wonder she misunderstood this. Lin Yi immediately felt wronged. He quickly wanted to explain. If the cold girl thought that he had secretly taken a picture of her, he would be thankful that he did not beat her up. Unfortunately, she didn't give him a chance to explain at all. She coldly warned, "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, pervert." After the tall woman finished speaking, she left, leaving a depressed Lin Yi with a bitter smile. He wanted to take this chance to chat a little. After getting familiar with each other, he would ask about those heavenly Tao stage masters. In the end, he was misunderstood as a pervert. How could he talk about this? However, he couldn't blame her. He had been fiddling with his phone behind her, and he even turned on the camera mode. It would be strange if the other party didn't have any thoughts at all. He could only shake his head and smile speechlessly. After the other party walked into the room, Lin Yi continued to go upstairs to his room. Otherwise, if he followed too closely, the cold girl would misunderstand him and even attack him. That would really be out of control. After returning to the room, there was a strong smell of medicine coming from the opposite side. It should be brewing medicine. Even if he was just a dabbler, Lin Yi was still a mystic stage level 1 alchemist. He didn't see these medicinal herbs just now, but now he knew what they were with a little smell. What a waste of God's gifts. Such good medicinal materials are wasted. I don't know where this little cold girl got them. These things can't be bought in the normal market. Could it be that she has some special connections? Lin Yi shook his head with some doubts. He could tell from the smell that these were the medicinal herbs for refining the top-grade 4th-grade Great Recover pill. Even though these medicinal herbs couldn't be said to be very rare on Heaven Stage Island, but in this secular world where the spiritual energy was thin to the extreme, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were priceless. Even with Lin Yi's current connections in the secular world, it wasn't easy to get them, but this cold girl just went out for a walk and got them. It could be seen that she must have her own connections. Maybe it was from another heavenly Tao stage master. Smelling the bursts of medicine, as an alchemist, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little distressed. This was an occupational disease. Any responsible alchemist would deeply hate this kind of wasteful behavior. He was certainly no exception. However, from the point of view of the cold girl, this was really not a waste. After all, she was not an alchemist, and she couldn't find an alchemist friend to help her for the time being. What else could she do besides brewing medicine to drink? It was just that the medicinal herbs she brewed together, although there was a certain effect, it was completely incomparable to the top-grade 4th-grade Great Recover pill. The medicinal effect couldn't even reach 1/10. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a waste of natural resources. If there was no misunderstanding just now, Lin Yi might take the initiative to help at this time and use this to get closer to her. But now, he had no such idea at all. At this moment, he could imagine what would happen if he came to her. At least, it would definitely not be good. Lin Yi shook his head. Anyway, it wasn't his own money. Why think so much? It was a waste of natural resources. In the next few days, all Lin Yi had to do was focus on recovering his strength. Although the recovery progress wasn't as good as he expected, he managed to increase his strength to the perfect stage of heaven rank. He was a lot stronger than when he was first projected into this world. At least, he wouldn't have to be afraid of common foundation establishment stage masters anymore. The next few days were peaceful. No ghosts came to scare people again. The main reason was that Boss Huang couldn't find a suitable replacement. Although there were a lot of swindlers these days, most of them were not as professional as the old man and the crew cut. Pretending to be a ghost to scare people was a test of their acting skills. If they randomly found an unreliable swindler and got exposed halfway, it would be a big problem. Of course, even if Boss Huang really found a replacement, it would be useless to Lin Yi. At most, he would scare them again. Even the old man and the crew cut were scared out of their wits, so common swindlers would only be worse. After being teased by Lin Yi, they might really lose their minds. Chapter 50-24. But after these few days, Lin Yi didn't hear anything valuable. But from a different perspective, no information was still information. This meant that the Skydao practitioners weren't doing anything around Shimar City. Otherwise, if something really happened, even if normal people couldn't reach their level, there would still be some rumors. Lin Yi would be able to deduce the truth from these rumors. Since there was nothing, it meant that the Skydao practitioners were either not in Shimar City, or they were like Cold Girl, choosing to keep a low profile. Of the two possibilities, Lin Yi guessed that it was the latter. That Bai Mai's son definitely wouldn't let him go easily. Even if he wasn't in Shimar City, he would still be around, waiting for Lin Yi to expose himself. As a result, Lin Yi's attention inevitably returned to Ice Girl. It seemed that he had to start from this Ice Girl if he wanted to get accurate information. If only little Nine was still here. Lin Yi suddenly thought of Tu Ranran. She was the one who helped him investigate anything he wanted. She was a true expert in this area, much more professional than Lin Yi. It was a pity that she was unconscious like the other inheritors, unable to help at all. But while Tu Ranran couldn't help, Lin Yi thought of another way, the Special Investigation Department. With so many Sky Dao practitioners appearing in the common world no matter how secretive they were, Lin Yi believed that the Special Investigation Department would be able to find some clues. They would have more information than what he had just received. Lin Yi didn't want to contact Lingshan and the others yet, but that didn't mean he couldn't get any information from the Special Investigation Department. The Special Investigation Department had their own website after 3 years. If it weren't for his smartphone, Lin Yi wouldn't have thought of this. He keyed in the URL and entered the login page. His account and password worked just as well, and his phone was transferred to the internal page of the website. As expected, Lin Yi's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. The most eye-catching headline on the front page was an extremely prominent emergency warning, which was exactly what he was concerned about. According to the latest intelligence, a large number of high-level cultivators have been moving around recently. Their exact origins are unknown. Everyone, be on your guard. If there is any news, be sure to report it as soon as possible. This short headline completely confirmed Lin Yi's previous conjecture. As expected, the secular cultivators hadn't started a conflict with the heavenly Dao experts of unknown origin. So far, they had probably only found some clues, and hadn't really clashed with each other. To be precise, they hadn't fought yet. Otherwise, the headlines wouldn't just say that he was a high-level cultivator of unknown origin, but would directly say that he was a heavenly Dao stage expert. Lin Yi took a look at the time. It was a week ago, 3 days before he sent it over. In other words, these heavenly Dao stage experts had only appeared recently, and they hadn't done anything big yet. He couldn't tell what their goal was, and he didn't know if they would break the rules of the secular world. Apart from this emergency announcement, there was no other accurate information about this on the website. It could be seen that although the number of heavenly Dao stage experts that suddenly appeared was not small, their actions were very secretive. They were very organized and disciplined. Even the Supernatural Investigation Bureau found it difficult to truly grasp their whereabouts. So one thing was for sure, these people weren't normal practitioners. They must have come from a common secret organization. As for what kind of secret organization it was, no one knew. If he wanted to know the answer, it was pointless to just rely on external investigations like this. If it was useful, the Supernatural Investigation Department would have investigated it a long time ago. As far as Lin Yi was concerned, there was only one way, and that was to ask these people himself. The Foundation establishment girl next door was a ready-made target. Now that things had come to this, finding out the background and intentions of these heavenly Dao stage experts wasn't just a matter of Lin Yi's own. It concerned all the practitioners in the secular world. Even if it was just for Lingshan and the others, Lin Yi had to figure this out, and he had to solve it before he returned to Sky-class Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to train in peace on Sky-class Island. Lin Yi quietly released his divine sense and observed the movements of the cold girl next door. He wasn't afraid of her noticing him. Although his Yuanshan's strength was only at Sky-class full cycle, the strength of his divine sense was far more than that. Even if it was shrunk by 20 times because of the projection, it was still not something a mere Foundation establishment stage master could notice. The reason why he did this wasn't to peep, but to create a chance to meet again. After all, with the misunderstanding last time, it was impossible to build a good relationship if he just let nature take its course. He had to think of a way to take the initiative to please her. Lin Yi wasn't an expert in the field of love, and to be honest, he didn't know how to win a girl's heart. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd still have seen pigs run. He'd just do what he did in the dramas. Even if he didn't do it well, it didn't matter. He wasn't going after her anyway. He just wanted to build a good relationship with her. Lin Yi racked his brains for a long time, and finally came up with the first plan of a chance encounter, which was to buy breakfast. He knew that most cultivators still retained the hobbies of ordinary people, such as working early and resting at night, and eating 3 meals a day. Those who were ridiculously powerful were already very indifferent to these habits, but those cultivators who weren't powerful, especially the more emotional female cultivators, would always maintain these habits. The cold girl was only an early-stage foundation establishment practitioner, so she completely met these conditions. Moreover, she was injured, and people were often very emotional when they were injured, so they would pay special attention to these daily familiar things. Lin Yi was sure that the other party would definitely eat breakfast. However, perhaps because she was recuperating these days, it was probably not convenient for this cold girl to go out. Lin Yi didn't notice that the other party had bought breakfast, but this gave him a chance to please her. Although buying breakfast for a girl didn't require any skill, it was very effective. Chapter 50-25. What a coincidence. Are you going out to get breakfast? Lin Yi smiled as he greeted her. The tall slender girl didn't even bother with him. She didn't even look at him, much less reply. She turned around and went downstairs, leaving Lin Yi with a cold back view. Ooh. Lin Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although they didn't talk much before, they would at least nod at each other. Now, he didn't even get this treatment. It seemed like the misunderstanding from last time was still there. It wasn't easy to improve their relationship in a short amount of time, but Lin Yi had no other choice. For Lingshan and the others, he had to force himself to do it. The two went downstairs one after another. The tall slender girl didn't go to buy breakfast like Lin Yi thought she would. She went straight to the direction she came from last time. Was she going to buy medicine again? Lin Yi guessed. He thought that she would be gone for a long time like last time. He didn't think that she would come back in just 15 minutes, with a bag of medicine in her hand. Lin Yi took the lead, and when he got to his room and opened the door with his key, the tall slender woman was right behind him. He'd learned his lesson from last time. He'd probably be mistaken for peeking up her skirt again if he followed her up the stairs, and that'd be so frustrating. Hey, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I bought an extra for you. Lin Yi turned to the cold girl who was opening the door with her key. The tall slender girl paused and looked at the breakfast in his hand, surprised. She shook her head. It's okay. You're welcome, I bought it on the way. About last time. Lin Yi didn't finish his sentence before the cold girl closed the door. She didn't want to talk to him at all. What a character. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. This cold girl was really hard to get close to. But since he had made up his mind, Lin Yi wouldn't back down so easily. Since she didn't want breakfast, he would have dinner. In the evening, a delivery boy suddenly knocked on the opposite door. There was no response at first, so he knocked a few more times before the door finally opened. What do you want? The tall woman looked at the delivery man coldly. Delivery, delivery. The delivery boy was obviously stunned, and he couldn't even speak properly. What takeout? The tall woman looked at the thing in his hand in confusion, unable to react for a moment. Didn't you order takeout? The delivery man was taken aback. He looked at the room number again and said, I didn't remember wrongly. At this time, Lin Yi's voice suddenly sounded behind him. He smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I ordered takeout. I just moved here and I'm not familiar with the place. I gave the wrong room number. So that's how it is. A total of 78. The delivery boy turned around and passed the takeout to Lin Yi, but his eyes kept peeking at the tall woman next to him. Such a beauty with such temperament and appearance was rare on the streets. Even after Lin Yi took the takeout and paid for it, the delivery boy was still reluctant to leave. He took his time walking up the stairs and looked back several times. He wanted to take a few photos with his phone. Unfortunately, Lin Yi and the tall woman were looking at him, so he didn't have the chance to do so. The tall woman looked at the takeout in Lin Yi's hand in surprise. She was quite curious, but she didn't ask. She turned around and was about to close the door and return to her room. Wait, I'm sorry to disturb you. I just ordered takeout for 2. How about we eat together? Lin Yi suggested. No need. The tall woman closed the door after she said that, not giving Lin Yi a chance to speak again. The cold girl was indeed a cold girl, Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He was already mentally prepared for this result. She didn't want breakfast, nor did she want dinner. Sure enough, water couldn't be poured in. But then again, even if he just wanted to get close to an ordinary girl in the secular world, he couldn't just casually bring her breakfast or dinner. There was nothing so easy in this world, not to mention that this was a master in the early stage of foundation establishment. The most important essence of this seemingly sloppy but time-tested method was patience. If he couldn't persevere, then this was undoubtedly a stupid method without any technical content. But if he could do this, then he would be wise under the appearance of stupidity, and there would be results in the end. People's hearts were made of flesh, especially girls, who were generally more soft-hearted. Even if they were very wary at the beginning, as long as he persisted for a long time, this person would naturally leave a deep impression in her heart, and this impression would most likely not be bad. After all, no one really hated others who tried to please them, it just depended on whether they liked it or not. In order to find out the background of those heavenly Tao stage masters as soon as possible, Lin Yi also threw caution to the wind this time. Since once or twice didn't work, then he would do it a third or fourth time. He didn't believe that he couldn't melt the ice that was this cold girl. Of course, his skin was not thin to begin with. Although he hadn't done this kind of thing before, it was only because he didn't think of doing it. This time, he was full of motivation, so of course he would throw caution to the wind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Lin Yi relied on his primordial spirit to peep, and every time he was able to create a chance encounter, and then he would bring 3 meals as usual. He didn't know anything about this cold girl, and didn't know what she liked, so he could only work from the aspect of food. After a while, the tall woman felt strange. It was normal to encounter once or twice. After all, they lived opposite each other, and they would often see each other. But to encounter each other every day, and every time she went out, she would coincidentally bump into Lin Yi. This was very strange. What the hell was this person doing? Could it be that he had been watching the movements in my room all day long? The tall woman was secretly puzzled. Other than this, she couldn't think of any other explanation. After all, she couldn't say that these were purely coincidental encounters, and this was destined by the heavens, but even if she had doubts, she wouldn't open her mouth to ask. Every time Lin Yi tried to please her, she would still coldly refuse, without saying a word. This time, Lin Yi was a little anxious. Although there was no problem with this method, according to the current situation, it might not be effective even in a month. The cold girl could afford to waste time, but Lin Yi couldn't. The primordial spirit couldn't stay in the secular world for too long. If he wasted a few months on the cold girl, then he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Even if it was to get information, it couldn't be done in this way. Chapter 50-26. With a thought, Lin Yi quickly thought of an idea. At this time, it was already night, and the sky was completely dark. The light blue electric arc between his fingers flashed slightly, and then he heard a crisp sound from the room next door. At the same time, there was the sound of tables and chairs colliding. The little cold girl must have been startled. Lin Yi knocked on the door, asking as he did so, "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing." The tall woman's voice was obviously a little flustered, but she did not come to open the door for a while. He did not know what she was dawdling about. Lin Yi could not help but be taken aback. He just used the electric arc to break the other party's electric lamp. He did not do anything else. At most, the room was a little darker. As a master in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, why was this cold girl so flustered? He subconsciously released his divine sense to explore the situation, but after discovering the situation inside, he immediately retracted it. Lin Yi's expression was very awkward. It turned out that the little cold girl bought so many medicinal materials not only to brew medicine, but also to use a medicinal bath. At this time, she was soaking in the medicinal bath, clean and smooth. Although it was only a glimpse through divine sense, it was far clearer than the naked eye. Lin Yi almost had a nosebleed. The little cold girl was usually cold and distant, but he did not expect that after taking off her clothes, she had a completely different temperament. This strong contrast really made people's hearts itch, but any man would not be able to resist it. Lin Yi did not think that he was a dirty person. Usually, He would not use his divine sense to peep at others. There had never been such an embarrassing situation before. This time was really an accident. Fortunately, the little cold girl was only in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and her divine sense was not even at the beginning stage. She did not even notice his exploration just now, or else she would have rushed out to kill him. After waiting awkwardly for a while, the door finally opened a gap. Although the tall woman was wearing clothes and wrapped tightly from head to toe, her body still carried the moisture of just coming out of the bath, which could not help but make people's imagination run wild. "What's up?" The tall slender woman frowned at the daydreaming look on Lin Yi's face. "Oh, I heard movement in your room. Did the light bulb explode?" asked Lin Yi. "I think so." The tall woman nodded, but she had no intention of letting Lin Yi in to help. She turned around and was about to close the door. "It just so happens that the light bulb in my room broke 2 days ago. I bought a few more when I replaced it. Why don't I replace it for you? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient in the dark at night. What do you think?" Lin Yi said quickly. "This." The tall woman hesitated for a moment. She obviously didn't want Lin Yi to enter her room, but it was indeed troublesome without a light. She was only halfway through the medicinal bath, and she couldn't possibly clean her wound in the dark. In the end, she had no choice but to nod and say, "All right then. Don't worry, it'll be quick." Lin Yi finally entered the door. He was very familiar with the situation in the room. These days, in order to create a chance encounter, he would use his divine sense to explore several times a day, but it was the first time he actually walked in. Like the suite he rented, there were 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Except for some of the most basic furniture, there was nothing else. It was simple and clear at a glance. It did not have the warm and lovely feeling of a girl's room. However, with the cold temperament of this little cold girl, if she was really like an ordinary girl, Lin Yi would feel strange. With the moonlight coming in through the window, the situation in the room could more or less be seen. Lin Yi pretended to look for a switch and said, "Are all the light bulbs of your lights broken? It was the same for me last time. This place may be because of the new wiring, the voltage is not very stable. This is the disadvantage of the new community, but it's not a big problem. I just need to change the light bulbs." "Voltage?" The tall woman was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, don't you think so?" Lin Yi glanced at her. "I don't know much about this." The tall woman shook her head. Looking at her appearance, she was obviously a little curious, but she did not ask. Lin Yi nodded secretly. From this point, he could see that the other party was definitely not from the secular world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to not even know such basic knowledge as voltage. Her reaction was similar to that of the natives of the Heaven Stage Island. Seeing that the other party was curious, Lin Yi wanted to take this opportunity to have a good chat, but the tall woman said directly, "Then hurry up and change it." "Okay." The words that were at the tip of his mouth could only be held back. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. This little cold girl really didn't want to talk to me. After changing the light bulbs, the room was quickly lit up again. Lin Yi turned to look at the little cold girl and found that her face showed a rare look of surprise, but after noticing his gaze, it quickly became cold again. "Okay, there's no problem now." Lin Yi smiled. "Thank you." The tall woman's expression was obviously a lot more relaxed than before. At least, she no longer guarded against Lin Yi as a pervert who secretly took pictures of her skirt. However, that was all. It was still a long way from Lin Yi's expectation of quickly getting closer to the point where he could get information from her. "It's nothing. This is what I should do." Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Of course, this was what he should do. After all, he deliberately broke the light bulbs. If he didn't change it, should he ask her to find someone else to change it? However, after hearing what he said, the tall woman misunderstood. Thinking of the constant encounters these days, the rare good expression on her face suddenly turned impatient, as if she was afraid of strangers approaching her. She immediately said, "Then I won't see you off." "Huh?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He couldn't help but look at her with a strange expression. This little cold girl is too good at burning bridges after crossing the river. I just changed the light bulbs for her and she wants me to leave. She doesn't even give me water. If I really leave like this, I haven't even said a few words. Getting closer to her is even more nonsense. Wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? The tall woman just looked at him coldly. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking him to stay. Not to mention that she had such a cold temperament. Even if she wasn't, a girl couldn't let a man stay in her room at night, not to mention that she was about to soak in a medicinal bath. This actually. Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and want to explain what happened last time. Even if he couldn't get closer to her, at least he had to explain the misunderstanding of secretly taking pictures of her skirt. Otherwise, he would never be able to talk to this little cold girl. You don't have to say more. You should pursue someone else. I am not the same kind of person as you. Don't waste your effort, or you will regret it, the tall woman said directly. This time Lin Yi was completely stunned. I did all this just to get close to her so that it would be convenient to get information from her in the future. I never thought of pursuing her. Chapter 50:27. He stood at the door, speechless for a long while. He didn't know how to react other than to laugh and cry, but the girl's words were like a wake-up call. Right, he could use the excuse of chasing after her to get close to her. Speaking of which, the relationship between men and women was just that. In the face of a beautiful woman like little cold girl, a strange man like him was trying to get close to her. Pursuing her was the most logical reason. Otherwise, she would suspect that he had ulterior motives. In that case, she would be more wary, and it would be harder to get information out of him. Furthermore, it was related to the background of these heavenly Tao experts. If she was just an ordinary friend, the little cold girl might not have said it. Only after she became one of them, would they be able to get the most detailed truth. However, although Lin Yi had a lot of female friends, he had never pursued a woman before. Ever since he left the mountain, he had only taken the initiative to pursue Tang Yun. Moreover, it was only half the initiative. The others had always been natural. He really didn't have to spend much effort to pursue them. Lin Yi admitted that he had neither experience nor talent in this kind of thing. However, in order to understand such a shocking matter, there seemed to be no better choice at the moment, so he could only bite the bullet and make an exception to chase after her. Although he had his own goals, fortunately, this little cold girl was also quite beautiful. She was cold and aloof to the point of being 1,000 miles away. It was difficult to get close to her for a while, but she had a different kind of beauty that made one's heart itch. Even if he was rejected a lot when he tried to woo her, at least she was still pleasing to the eye and not annoying. It's decided. Lin Yi made up his mind and smiled faintly. He didn't have anything else to do other than recovering his strength, and recovering his strength wasn't something that he could just focus on. He had to have a certain amount of relaxation, or it'd be the opposite of what he wanted. The two of them lived opposite each other, and he had nothing to do anyway. In this way, Lin Yi became even more attentive than before. In the past, in order to not arouse the other party's suspicions, he had to do everything possible to create a chance encounter. But now that he had made it clear that he wanted to pursue the other party, he didn't even need to create a chance encounter. He just needed to go to the door and be attentive. Early the next morning, Lin Yi ran to the opposite door and knocked on it again. If the door didn't open after the first knock, he would knock a second and third time. Anyway, he was very thick-skinned. Finally, the tall woman opened the door and looked at the flowers in Lin Yi's hand with a strange expression. What are you doing? It's for you. Lin Yi felt a little strange. Wasn't it a necessary step for a man to send flowers to chase after a beauty? It was a matter of course. Although it was vulgar, it was absolutely necessary. That was what the book of hooking up with girls said. If you send flowers, it doesn't mean that you will win the heart of a beauty. But if you don't send flowers, then you have no hope in this lifetime. But when Lin Yi said that, the tall woman was even more puzzled. Why did you give me this? Is this also breakfast? Don't tell me you eat flowers. Although it was said that flowers were grass, and since people could eat grass, they could naturally eat flowers, but this was too strange, wasn't it? What's more, he had been in the secular world for so many days, but he had never seen anyone eat flowers in public. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. This conversation was really wrong. Who would eat flowers as breakfast for no reason? However, he immediately reacted. Since this girl was not from the secular world, it was not strange that she was not familiar with this kind of thing. At least on the Heaven Stage Island, no one would send flowers. Those pursuers would send elixirs or spirit jades. Lin Yi had never seen anyone send flowers in public. After all, flowers were just for looking good, but they had no practical value. It was estimated that sending flowers was a unique custom of the secular world. The cultivation world had always been practical. The definition of romance there was completely different from the secular world. At the thought of this, Lin Yi smiled and said, as the saying goes, fresh flowers should be matched with beautiful women. The most beautiful flowers should naturally be given to the most beautiful person. To speak the truth, if it wasn't because he wanted to take down this cold girl as soon as possible and understand the situation, Lin Yi really wouldn't be able to say such mushy words. These were all priceless words from the book of picking up girls that he had searched online last night. He had memorized all of them without missing a single word. The tall woman received the flowers in a daze. Just when Lin Yi wanted to praise that the book of picking up girls was really effective, she threw the flowers into the trash can at the corner of the stairs and said coldly, "Ridiculous, I don't need it." Ah! Lin Yi thought for a while. The book of picking up girls was also prepared for such a situation and even had follow-up lines. He immediately recited, "Why do you have to do this? Flowers are not guilty. Flowers are not guilty." The tall woman was stunned again. She then said, "What does this have to do with guilt or not? Flowers don't have life, so it's not as important and valuable as a random herb. You're really strange." No. From the perspective of modern biology, plants and animals are living things. In other words, flowers are living things like us humans, Lin Yi corrected. Modern biology? What's that? The tall woman was even more astonished. She looked at Lin Yi as if she was looking at a lunatic. He actually said that flowers were like humans. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Ah! Lin Yi suddenly realized that he had done something stupid. In the past, when he was extremely bored, he had also tried to discuss scientific issues with his bitter senior martial brothers and the natives of the Heavenly Island. In the end, they would argue for 10 days and 10 nights, and no one could convince the other. After all, the worldview that they had grown up with was different. Such things couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. Even if this cold girl's background was not on the Heavenly Island, it was probably not much different from the Heavenly Island. Discussing modern biology with her was simply playing the lute to a cow. Well, memorizing the book of picking up girls for a whole night was a waste. She didn't fall for it at all. Lin Yi now felt like he had returned to the Heavenly Island. He spoke the language of the secular world to them, but they couldn't understand him at all. Not only did they not understand, but some of their logic was also completely opposite. If he really kept arguing like this, then there was no need to do anything. He should just be prepared to argue until the end of time. Seeing that Lin Yi was choked and speechless, the tall woman said, "I said it last night. You don't have to waste your time on me. I'm different from you. It's impossible for me to be with you, so you don't have to try to please me anymore. That's all I have to say. You're on your own." Chapter 50:28. Lin Yi held his forehead and sighed. It seemed that if he wanted to pursue this little cold girl, the flowery words of love from the book of picking up girls wouldn't work. He really had to use the book of the cultivation world. However, the book of picking up girls in the secular world could be found on the internet. Who would ask for the book of picking up girls in the cultivation world? After thinking about it, Lin Yi suddenly realized that he could only learn from those idiots. How did Ren Zhongyuan, Bao Zuoliang, and those idiots pursue Hu Yudi and Wang Xinyan? And Xu Lingchong, how did he curry favor with Shangguan Lena? Thinking about it carefully, these people seemed to be giving things away in addition to all kinds of flattery. Of course, at the level of Shangguan Lena and the others, they definitely couldn't take out ordinary spiritual jades. At most, there were all kinds of rare elixirs. If he took out a 7th grade beauty pill to chase a girl, if it was another girl, he was afraid that he would be able to woo them. Lin Yi had everything those idiots had. Even things that they couldn't get, Lin Yi also had them. There were many good things in his jade pendant space. Even if he didn't have them, He could refine them on the spot. Anyway, his elixir storage had already begun to take shape. But the problem was how to give these things out. This wasn't the same as the flowers. There had to be a suitable excuse to give it to someone, right? He couldn't just take it out for no reason. One had to know that normal people wouldn't have these things in their hands, and they wouldn't give it away easily. What the cold girl didn't know was that he was a practitioner as well, and a very powerful one at that. If he suddenly took it out, he would definitely be shocked, but it was hard to say what kind of reaction he would have after the shock. Maybe the little cold girl would treat him as an enemy of unknown origin. That wouldn't be fun. Lin Yi couldn't think of a suitable way at the moment. After all, it wasn't as simple as breaking her light bulb. It wasn't easy to find a suitable opportunity. In desperation, he could only continue to use the old method of sending flowers and food to the little cold girl every day. Although he knew that it was useless, at least he could get familiar with her and achieve some subtle effects. Sure enough, this kind of old-fashioned method of courting, the little cold girl didn't fall for it at all. From the beginning to the end, there wasn't a single time that she didn't reject him. However, Lin Yi didn't care about this. He still persisted in greeting her 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and evening. His love was stronger than gold. With the other party's cold temperament, Lin Yi was actually a little afraid. If he really annoyed her and made her angry, wouldn't it be self-defeating? What surprised Lin Yi was that although the cold girl was still indifferent to his attentiveness, her attitude seemed to have softened a little. At least, she wasn't as cold and distant as before. Every time she saw Lin Yi, her expression had changed from indifference to helplessness. Every time she saw Lin Yi, her expression changed from indifference to helplessness. Lin Yi didn't know whether this change was good or bad. However, since he had decided, he couldn't give up halfway. Even if it wasn't good, he could only bite the bullet and do it. However, he couldn't go on like this. 10 days had passed since his primordial spirit was projected. The strength of Lin Yi's primordial spirit had also recovered from the late stage of heaven stage to the early stage of foundation establishment. The effect wasn't as good as expected, but it was still passable. If Southern Aurora knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood in depression. What else could he do after recovering to the early stage of foundation establishment in 10 days? However, this was only because Lin Yi had the jade pendant. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so easy. The problem was that the little cold girl's attitude only changed from cold to helplessness. Lin Yi still couldn't talk to her and didn't have a suitable opportunity to take out things like spiritual medicine and spiritual jade to improve further. If he said he wasn't anxious at all, he would definitely be lying to himself. Unfortunately, it was useless to be anxious. All he could do was continue to wait. In the end, before the opportunity came, 2 ghosts appeared. Of course, just like the old man and the crew cut, they were 2 fake ghosts. Boss Huang spent a long time and finally found 2 replacements. They were also con men who had been in the underworld for years. They patted their chests loudly when they talked about it. They seemed much more reliable than the old man and the crew cut. However, to Boss Huang's surprise, even he was deceived this time. The 2 of them were not professional con men like the old man and the crew cut. They were just 2 street thugs who were good at talking big. They knew nothing about trickery, so they thought the trick was just to scare people. Little did they know that there were many tricks behind it. Let alone scaring Lin Yi away, the 2 of them could not even open the door smoothly. They had the key that Boss Huang gave them, but they blocked Lin Yi's door and studied it for a long time, but they still couldn't find the keyhole. What the fuck? What kind of broken door is this? Why isn't there a keyhole? One of the guys who was disguised as the Black Impermanence could not help but grumble. Shh. The other White Impermanence quickly covered his mouth and scolded, "Are you crazy? We are here to scare people. How can we speak so loudly? Aren't you afraid of waking him up? So what if we wake him up? Once he opens the door and sees us, the Black and White Impermanence, he will still be scared to death." The Black Impermanence chuckled. He turned around to look at the White Impermanence and said, "Seriously, even I am afraid of this disguise. Will he be scared to death? Do you think everyone is as timid as you? You don't even dare to walk alone at night. If you can't scare yourself, Who else can you scare? The white impermanence pouted. Seriously, do you think this house is really haunted? I heard that this residential area used to be an abandoned crematorium. That's why so many houses can't be sold. This place is really evil. The black impermanence shrunk his head and looked around. The corridor lights were voice-activated lights, and they were already off. The surroundings were dark. If he was alone, he would have been scared to death. I heard that the crematorium was in the west. This is the east. How can you believe that bullshit? The white impermanence snorted, but after a pause, he said, I heard that this place used to be a mass grave. When the houses were being built, many bones were dug out. Even the police were alerted. Fuck, this is even scarier. The black impermanence's heart skipped a beat. Alright, don't scare yourself. If there is really a ghost, why would Boss Huang ask us to pretend to be one? Hurry up and find the keyhole. I want to break the door down. The white impermanence scolded. Chapter 5029. However, Lin Yi did not plan to open the door. He would wait for them to come in and scare them with a ghost. This time, they would definitely be traumatized. Found it. Found it. Fuck, what kind of stupid lock is this? The keyhole is on the doorknob. It's so dark, who can see it? The two of them finally succeeded in inserting the key into the keyhole. They were overjoyed. However, before the two of them pushed the door open, the black impermanence suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly grabbed the white impermanence. What? You scared me to death. The white impermanence was scared witless. No, don't you think that our shadows are a little strange? The black impermanence's voice was trembling. What's strange about it? The white impermanence pouted. However, when he took a closer look, even he was trembling. He stammered, why are there 3 shadows? The two of them could not be blamed for being suspicious. They already had a guilty conscience. Now that there were 3 vague shadows on the door, their first reaction was naturally in that direction. What do we do? The black impermanence vaguely felt that there was something behind him. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. He did not dare to turn around. Should we run? This place is too creepy. The white impermanence did not dare to continue. He turned around and wanted to escape. However, before the two of them could turn around, a cold woman's voice suddenly came from behind them. Is it creepy? Ah. The two of them were scared out of their wits. The white impermanence was scared out of his wits. The black impermanence simply knocked his head on the doorknob. His head was bleeding. What are you doing? It was still the cold woman's voice. We. The white impermanence did not know how to answer. He bit the bullet and peeked behind him. Indeed, he saw a blurry silhouette of a woman in white. In the dim environment, it was especially creepy. This time, he was completely scared out of his wits. Not only did he fail to pretend to be a ghost, he had encountered a real one. The black impermanence fell to the ground with a thud, dizzy. He happened to be next to the woman in white's feet. He struggled and grabbed it. Suddenly, he sat up in surprise. There's body temperature. What? There's body temperature? So he's not a ghost, but a living person? White impermanence finally reacted. She straightened her back and said with a knowing expression, I just thought of it. If it's really a female ghost, why would there be a shadow? The two of them made a lot of noise. The voice-activated lights at the entrance of the staircase lit up, and the appearance of the woman in white was clearly seen by the two of them. She was not a female ghost, she was clearly a stunning beauty that could not be found even with a lantern in front of them. Oh, it's a great beauty. The black impermanence crawled up from the ground with a swish and looked up and down at the figure of the woman in white with a lewd smile. He gestured and said, Pretty girl, you're quite tall. Are you a model? It's the middle of the night, and you're not staying at home. Instead, you come out and pretend to be a ghost to scare people. Look, my head is broken from kowtowing. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? How? Of course, I will accompany him. Don't be afraid, pretty girl. Although the two of us are gangsters, we still know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. How about we take you out to have some fun? Don't be afraid. It's just for fun. The white impermanence chuckled and reached out to pinch the woman in white's chin. However, before he could pinch her chin, she slapped him without any warning. With a bang, the white impermanence fell to the ground. His mind was in a daze. The black impermanence stared blankly at his brother on the ground. His first reaction was not revenge, but curiosity. Why was this pretty girl's hand so strong? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm Pheasant of Shimar South Street. My brothers in the underworld have to respectfully call me Pheasant Grandpa. Girl, do you want to die? The white impermanence staggered to his feet and was about to lash out. In the end, the other party slapped him again and he fell to the ground with a bang. This time, the white impermanence was completely stunned. He couldn't get up for a long time. The black impermanence beside him was scared silly. When he saw the woman in white looking at him, he hurriedly covered his face and begged for mercy. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. His pheasant. What are you? The woman in white suddenly asked. I'm Boopy. The black impermanence covered his face. Boopy. The woman in white was taken aback. It's that place where the skin is longer. The black impermanence carefully explained. The woman in white thought for a moment before she understood. Her face immediately turned red as she kicked the black and white impermanence down the stairs. Shameless and perverted. The two hugged each other and immediately disappeared. The woman in white turned to look at Lin Yi's door and shook her head. On account of you being a good person, I'll help you this time. It's considered returning the favor for the past few days. Sigh, how annoying. So this is how men in the secular world chase after girls. It's so strange. The woman in white was the cold chick who lived opposite. With that said, she turned to return to her room. But at that moment, Lin Yi's door suddenly opened. Thank you. Lin Yi looked at her and smiled. He thought that this cold chick was cold and inhumane. Only now did he realize that she had a heart. Even without the other party's help, he could still scare away the two hooligans who pretended to be ghosts, and he estimated that they would be even more frightened than they were now. But since the cold chick took the initiative to help, it was not a big or small favor. The tall woman was shocked by him. Lin Yi's silence was even scarier than her just now. She said with lingering fear, "Why did you come out? It's impossible for me not to be woken up by such a big commotion, right?" Lin Yi smiled. That's true. The tall woman nodded, and then suddenly asked a little nervously, "You didn't hear what I said just now, did you?" "I didn't hear you say it. It's so strange." Lin Yi said with a faint smile. "That's good. I'm going back." The tall woman breathed a sigh of relief. But after turning around and taking 2 steps, she realized that something was wrong. She turned to look at Lin Yi and said with an unfathomable expression, "You heard it all? Yeah, you think it's strange, but I think what you said is even stranger. Are you not from the secular world?" Lin Yi took the opportunity to probe. The tall woman was silent for a moment, and said seriously, "These things are not what you should ask, and it's not what you can ask. I advise you to forget what I said, or else you might get yourself killed. Is it that serious?" Lin Yi was planning to take this opportunity to talk about the topic. Unfortunately, the cold chick closed the door after she finished speaking, not giving him a chance to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 50-30. Back in his room, while Lin Yi secretly had a headache, he once again used his divine sense to observe the movement in the next room. He found that the little cold girl was still taking medicine and taking a medicinal bath. Her injury had not healed even after 10 days. If Lin Yi helped, her injury would probably be healed in minutes. Even if she only took the 4th grade Great Recover pill, she should have recovered after so many days. It was a pity that although she used the medicinal herbs of the 4th grade Great Recover pill, it was only the least efficient decoction. Even with the medicinal bath, it would be good if she could have 1/10 of the effect. What's more, this was the secular world. There might still be very thin aura of heaven and earth in the deep mountains and forests, but it was equivalent to none in this city where humans lived. This meant that it was difficult to replenish every bit of aura consumed in a short time. As a result, the little cold girl naturally recovered even slower. In this situation, not only the little cold girl was anxious, but even Lin Yi, a bystander, was anxious for her. He couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It would be better if I said it directly just now. In order to get closer to her as soon as possible, I would definitely help her heal. Why would I need to put in so much effort? Little cold girl's unapproachable personality was really harming others and herself. When Lin Yi was hesitating whether to find a chance to break the window paper to help her heal, he saw the little cold girl gritting her teeth. Suddenly, she carefully took out something from the package. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a piece of spiritual jade. However, the color of this spiritual jade was already very dim. The remaining aura of heaven and earth in it must not be much. If this quality was placed on Heaven Stage Island, it would definitely be thrown out as a waste jade. Only people like Lin Yi who had the space of the jade would keep it as waste. But such a piece of jade that was a waste in Lin Yi's eyes had now become a treasure in the hands of the little cold girl. At this time, she took it out with a distressed look, which really made Lin Yi amused. Little Lung Nyo held this spiritual jade in her hand, gritted her teeth, and absorbed 10% of the world's aura from it. Finally, she had a ready-made replenishment of aura. Her condition was obviously much better, and her face became a little ruddy. However, her injuries were still far from being healed. This little bit of world's aura could only slightly alleviate the urgent situation. She was like a traveler walking in the desert. Not only was she injured, but she was also thirsty and tired. The spiritual energy she absorbed was only equivalent to drinking a mouthful of water. It gave her a bit more physical strength to fight against her injuries. If she could not get more replenishment, the final result would be that her physical strength was insufficient and her injuries would worsen. One could imagine the outcome. The secular world was a paradise for ordinary people, but for cultivators who were extremely dependent on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, even if it wasn't hell, it was at least like a desert. The environment was unprecedentedly harsh. Under normal circumstances, it was still manageable. Once the little cold girl was injured, even if the injury itself was not so serious, it would often continue to worsen due to the lack of aura until it developed to the point of no cure. This was the cruel secular world. Although the little cold girl had not reached the point of no cure because she insisted on taking medicine and taking medicinal baths, it was still a problem that her injury could not be healed. If she could not get enough aura replenishment, even if the situation did not worsen, there was no possibility of recovery in a short period of time. She knew this very well, but she only had this piece of spiritual jade in her hand, and the aura was about to be depleted. What could she do? She had to use such a little bit of aura sparingly. This time, it was already an exception to use 10% at once. She didn't dare to use any more, so she could only put it away carefully. Lin Yi looked at this scene thoughtfully. From what the little cold girl said just now, one thing could be confirmed. She was indeed not from the secular world, and she actually had a piece of spiritual jade in her hand. This meant that the place where she came from must have a lot more aura than the secular world. It was impossible for a place like the secular world to naturally produce spiritual jade. In addition, Lin Yi could also conclude another thing at the same time. The little cold girl was definitely not from Heaven Stage Island. After all, she was a master in the early stage of Foundation establishment. If she came from Heaven Stage Island, even the new disciples on the North Island would not pay attention to this kind of waste jade without any aura, let alone treasure it like she did. What's more, according to the market price of Heaven Stage Island, the value of the 4th grade recover pill medicinal materials she bought was far more than a piece of spiritual jade, let alone such a piece of waste jade. Therefore, Lin Yi could roughly infer the situation of the little cold girl's place. The concentration of aura was much higher than that of the secular world, but it was far less than that of Heaven Stage Island. Although it could produce spiritual jade, the quantity was very rare, and it was definitely not as common as in Heaven Stage Island. Only this could explain the situation of the little cold girl, and also explain why so many masters of Heaven Dao Stage suddenly appeared. However, Lin Yi didn't know where they came from. In any case, Lin Yi was now ready to speak frankly as soon as possible. It was true that he was patient, but now a full 10 days had passed. He couldn't delay it so meaninglessly. What's more, he had been courting her for so long. Even if the little cold girl didn't say it on the surface, She had already established a certain sense of identity in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out to drive away the two gangsters tonight. It could be said that the time was ripe. Lin Yi thought that even if he revealed his identity, he wouldn't be treated as an enemy. Early the next morning, Lin Yi knocked on the door as usual. In the first few days, he had to knock several times, but now basically as long as he raised his hand, the little cold girl would come to open the door. They had developed an indescribable tacit understanding. Sure enough, the tall woman opened the door very quickly. She habitually opened her mouth to refuse, but when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she suddenly realized that Lin Yi was empty-handed today. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "You don't want to give me something this time?" "Hehe, it seems that you still want me to give you something." Lin Yi smiled. "Who wants it?" "I was just curious." "Then why did you knock on the door?" The tall woman looked at him in confusion. "Actually, you guessed right. I still want to give you something this time." As Lin Yi spoke, a small piece of jade suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it to the little cold girl and said, "I have a piece of beautiful jade. As the saying goes, beautiful jade goes with beautiful women, so I want to give it to you." "I don't want it." The tall woman subconsciously refused, but when she glanced at the piece of jade in Lin Yi's hand, her eyes immediately fell into it. She couldn't move away anymore. She murmured in shock, "How can this be?" Chapter 50-31. This kind of top-grade spiritual jade could not be seen even in their world, let alone in the secular world where the spiritual energy was extremely thin. How could it appear in the hands of an ordinary person? "What's wrong? Is this jade not good? You really don't want it?" Lin Yi looked at her shocked expression and secretly laughed. If he didn't see her treasure a piece of waste jade last night, he wouldn't have thought of this trick. After all, he had developed a fixed mindset on Heaven Stage Island. He subconsciously felt that spiritual jade was worthless and was just a kind of currency, far inferior to various elixirs. But now it seemed that for people like the cold girl, the value of a piece of top-grade spiritual jade was even higher than elixirs. The tall woman didn't know how to react for a while. Of course, she wanted it. She even cherished a piece of waste jade, let alone such a piece of top-grade spiritual jade with extreme spiritual energy, but she was embarrassed to accept it just like that. To be honest, if it was just an ordinary good thing, she would accept it. At most, she would get something of the same grade to return it to Lin Yi in the future. But this was a top-grade spiritual jade. Where could she get a treasure of the same grade? But she really couldn't bring herself to reject him directly. Normally, it would be fine, but the problem was that her injuries hadn't healed yet, and she urgently needed spiritual jades to replenish her spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of her scrap jade was almost depleted, and Lin Yi's supreme grade spiritual jade was like charcoal in snowy weather. Just as she was hesitating, Lin Yi stuffed the top-grade spiritual jade into her hand, then turned around and returned to his room. This time, the two exchanged positions. Instead, it was the cold girl's turn to stare blankly at his door. After a while, the tall woman looked at the top-grade spiritual jade in her hand and shook her head helplessly. She said to herself, "This time I owe him a big favor. What should I do? What should I do?" Although it was a headache, she really needed this top-grade spiritual jade. She could only turn around and return to her room. Feeling the extremely abundant spiritual energy in the spiritual jade, she was even more puzzled. Where did this guy get this spiritual jade? With this piece of top-grade spiritual jade to replenish spiritual energy, she suddenly became full of confidence. For cultivators, abundant spiritual energy meant abundant physical strength. Even if the injury was more serious and the medicinal effect was slower, it would not be difficult to survive in the end. In the end, it wouldn't be difficult to pull through. On the contrary, it would be dangerous for her to be in the same situation as before. Therefore, Lin Yi's supreme-grade spiritual jade was not only a timely help to her, but it was also equivalent to saving her life in disguise. This favor was as big as the sky. The next morning, Lin Yi knocked on her door once more. Her complexion was much better than the day before. Jade can nourish people. The old saying is true. Lin Yi looked at her and smiled meaningfully. The tall woman's heart skipped a beat at his words. Could it be that he knew that this was a spiritual jade and that she was healing by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in it? However, she rejected this idea in the blink of an eye. What this guy said should be literal. He was just an ordinary person without any strength. How could he know these things? This is the breakfast I just bought from downstairs. Would you like to have some? Lin Yi said as he handed over a hot breakfast. This. The tall woman didn't know what to do. According to the previous situation, she definitely wouldn't want it. However, she had just asked for his supreme-grade spiritual jade yesterday. How could she refuse? She couldn't just say that she would accept a priceless good thing and reject a worthless breakfast. Then what kind of person would she be? Eat it while it's hot. Otherwise, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Lin Yi advised. The tall woman hesitated for a long time. Finally, she took the breakfast from Lin Yi and said in a somewhat complicated tone, "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Lin Yi smiled and suddenly asked, "By the way, I've known you for so long. I still don't know your name." If it was before, Lin Yi would never ask this because it was clearly asking for a snub. However, he asked it now as if it was a matter of course. After all, he had accepted the supreme-grade spiritual jade. He couldn't not even say his name. The tall woman was in a dilemma for a moment. In the end, she followed his wishes and said softly, "Lung Lung." "Lung Lung." Lin Yi immediately felt that the person was like her name. He then asked, "What's your surname?" "My surname is Lung and my given name is Lung." After she finished speaking, she closed the door and went back to her room. She didn't know why, but when she told Lin Yi her name, she inexplicably blushed. It wasn't like this in the past. It was really strange. Lin Yi chuckled outside. Although he still got the cold shoulder this time, it was obviously different from before. The other party not only accepted the breakfast, she even said her name. The method of the cultivation world was really effective. Although the method of Shu Lingcheng's fools was simple and crude, and it didn't seem to have any technical content, it was still widely used. It was indeed very reasonable. The most important thing for the women in the cultivation world was still strength. Lin Yi went back contentedly. He had successfully completed his mission today. If he wanted to go further, he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Haste makes waste. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. On the other side, Leng Leng was eating the breakfast that he sent. She couldn't help but feel a little different. Her mind was full of nonsensical thoughts. In the small Jianghu of the ancient times, there was no lack of suitors with her looks. However, those people would at most give her some cultivation resources generously. It was the first time she met someone who sent her breakfast. Although it seemed insignificant, it was rare for her to persevere for such a long time. Unknowingly, Lin Yi was put on the same level as her suitors. Such a thing was unimaginable in the past. After all, one was an ordinary person while those were cultivators. How could there be any comparison? What was rare was that Lin Yi's impression in her mind was quite positive. This was not only because Lin Yi gave her the best grade spiritual jade, but more importantly, it was because of his subtle guidance for so many days. Even a woman with a temperament like Leng Leng wouldn't think that a person who was wholeheartedly attentive to her was a bad person for no reason. This was human nature. Chapter 5032. Just like her injury this time, the culprit was a cultivator who had been pursuing her all this while. Just because she accidentally took out a treasure and was seen by him, he actually had the intention to kill her on the spot. If it wasn't for her quick escape, perhaps she wouldn't just be injured this time. Instead, she would have become a corpse that no one cared about. Comparing the two, Leng Leng felt that Lin Yi, who was a normal person in the secular world, was much safer and more reliable. At least he wouldn't be like those cultivators who would simply turn hostile and kill people, right? Leng Leng finished her breakfast while her thoughts were running wild. She shook her head with all her might and stopped thinking about these distracting thoughts. She pinched the supreme-grade spiritual jade that Lin Yi gave her and focused on healing her injuries. Those people wouldn't let her go so easily. She had to recover as soon as possible. Although the place she was staying at was hidden, the problem was that she had gone to look for people to buy medicinal herbs for a few times. As time went by, It was very likely that someone would find out about her whereabouts. It would be troublesome if they came to her door before she recovered from her injuries. Fortunately, that item of hers wasn't snatched away back then. Fortunately, it seems like I'll be able to recover after today. Thanks to this supreme-grade spiritual jade of his. Lung Lung looked at the supreme-grade spiritual jade in her hand and revealed a rare smile. Another day had passed in the blink of an eye. Lung Lung let out a long breath of turbid air. She finally thought that she had recovered. However, before she could stand up, her entire body suddenly staggered and fell back onto her seat. She was shocked to find out that the injuries that were supposed to be healed in her body had somehow resurfaced and relapsed again. Moreover, this time it was menacing. It was even more serious than the beginning. What a vicious method. Lung Lung immediately understood that the method that bastard used to deal with her was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Her injuries were a series of twists and turns. Even if she had recovered, it would still relapse. Moreover, she didn't have any healing elixir like the 4th-grade recover pill. It was even more difficult for her to recover. She could only rely on her willpower to endure it. This result made her feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, she had the top-grade spiritual jades that Lin Yi had given her. This way, at least she still had the hope of making it through. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would have been in despair at this time. The spiritual energy of the waste jade was not even enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. But even so, the situation was not optimistic for her. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the best-grade spiritual jade was abundant, the spiritual jade was only so big. The spiritual chi would be exhausted sooner or later. What if her injuries were still recurring at that time? Just as she was worrying, Lin Yi came knocking on the door on time. He was still carrying the breakfast he had just bought. Lung Lung received the breakfast in a natural manner. She hesitated for a moment before she could not help but ask, "Where did you get that piece of jade? Anything else? You still want it? That's easy. Even if I don't have it, I can think of a way to make it appear." Lin Yi smiled faintly. The scene just now was clearly seen by his divine sense, so he naturally knew why the other party would ask such a question. Pu. Lung Lung was instantly amused. Just like a snow lotus blossoming on an iceberg, even Lin Yi was truly stunned by her. This little cold girl's beauty was truly extraordinary. Noticing Lin Yi's unusual expression, Lung Lung immediately reacted. She returned to her usual cold expression with a little embarrassment and said, "I don't know if what you said is true or not, but no matter what, you don't have to trouble yourself. Although I'm very grateful, I really can't promise you anything. We're really different." "That's right. I'm a man and you're a woman. We can't be the same. It'll be a mess if we are." Lin Yi pretended to be ignorant on purpose. "That's not what I meant." Lung Lung shook her head helplessly. She wanted to explain, but she did not know how to explain. To be precise, she did not dare to explain rashly. She could only say, "You'll know in the future. I'm destined to leave this place. It's okay. It doesn't matter if it lasts forever. I only care about having it once," said Lin Yi. Lung Lung's expression changed when she heard that. Her tone was rather unfriendly as she said, "What do you mean? You just want to play with me and let it go?" "Ah, this is a very famous saying. I didn't make it up. Besides, I didn't mean it that way," Lin Yi said helplessly. This little Lung's reaction was quite sensitive. They obviously had nothing to do with each other. How could she say that they were just playing with each other and let it go? "Oh." Lung Lung's expression eased up a little. She returned to her room after she glanced at Lin Yi with a complicated gaze. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. Although it seemed like there wasn't any substantial progress, from his point of view, the fact that Lung Lung was able to say these words to him with her temperament was already a welcome improvement in itself. For the next few days, Lin Yi continued to send her meals every day. Lung Lung did not reject him every time. This kind of thing would become easier and easier as long as there was a precedent. Gradually, she had gotten used to the snacks that Lin Yi had collected from all over the place. If Lin Yi suddenly stopped sending her meals one day, she would probably feel uncomfortable all over. However, every time they met, she wanted to say something but stopped herself. In order to stabilize the recurring injuries as soon as possible, she needed to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth in addition to drinking medicine and taking medicinal baths every day as a supplement. As a result, the spiritual energy reserve in the supreme-grade spiritual jade was getting lesser and lesser. If she could not find other spiritual jade to replace it, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had the intention to look for Lin Yi and ask about the source of the supreme-grade spiritual jade. However, she was afraid that after Lin Yi heard about it, he would really find a way to get another piece for her. It was already a great favor to accept a piece of supreme-grade spiritual jade. If he were to give her another piece, how could she repay him? It was impossible for her to repay him with her body. She and Lin Yi were people from two completely different worlds. This kind of thing was simply impossible. After thinking about it, she suddenly thought of a compromise. One day after she received the breakfast, she suddenly asked, "I heard that we can look up things on the internet. How do I get on the internet?" "Huh? You want to go on the internet?" Lin Yi was stunned. He thought that he did not expect this little cold girl to be so motivated. It should be known that even if ordinary cultivators were interested in the high technology of the secular world, they would at most look at it. It was rare to find someone to ask for advice and learn like her. "Yes, can you teach me? I even bought the internet," Lung Lung said and gestured for Lin Yi to enter the house. This was unprecedented. The only time Lin Yi came in was when he changed the light bulb for her. Even if her attitude changed after she accepted the supreme-grade spiritual jade, she still did not have this kind of treatment. Following Lung Lung into the house, Lin Yi looked at the scene in the living room. Suddenly, his face twitched. He did not use his divine sense to explore for the past few days. He did not know that this little cold girl actually got a huge fishing net and hung it on 3 walls of the living room. Chapter 50:33. Yeah, they said that I can check things on the internet. I've studied it for a long time and I still don't know how to access the internet. Lung Lung was confused. Of course you can't access the internet with this net, but you can use it to fish. Lin Yi could not help but shake his head and laugh. Lung Lung must have heard from somewhere that she could check information on the internet, but she did not understand the modern technology of the internet at all. She thought it was the fishing net that she knew. How to access it? Should she crawl on it like a spider? Fish? But I heard that you can check things on the internet. Lung Lung suddenly felt awkward. You can go online, but that's the internet, not your fishing net. What do you want to check? Lin Yi asked. I just want to check if there's a jade market nearby. I want to try my luck because not all jade wares are what I want. The kind of jade I want is very rare. Lung Lung answered. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. The spirit jade you wanted wasn't just rare, it couldn't even be found in the common world. Even if you flipped the entire common world's jade market upside down, you wouldn't be able to find a single piece of it, let alone a small jade market. However, Lin Yi did not expose her on the spot. Although he was a little impatient when there was no progress previously, and even had the intention to be frank, he was no longer anxious now. As long as he let nature take its course, the other party would naturally guess his identity one day. This way, it would not be too abrupt, and there would not be any uncontrollable situation. There was no need to rush ahead because of a moment of impatience. After all, it seemed that the Heaven Dao experts had no intention of harming the order of the secular world's cultivators. The situation was not that urgent. Let me teach you, Lin Yi said as he took out his phone and began to explain the secular world's internet to Lung Lung. To be honest, this kind of thing was pure fantasy for cultivators who had no modern knowledge. They could not understand it in a short period of time. Even Lin Yi's mouth was dry from explaining it. Lung Lung was still confused. She could not understand what this virtual network was at all. Looking at her blank and innocent expression, Lin Yi finally felt helpless and said, "Forget it. It's okay if you don't understand it. You just need to know how to use it. I'll teach you how to check. Look. Just open this browser and type in what you want to find." Lin Yi demonstrated to her step by step. Although Gould still did not quite understand these, at least it was much easier than understanding the concept of the internet. She could not help but exclaim with her eyes gleaming, This thing is really convenient, but why are these words so weird? They seem to be missing a lot of gestures. It's really uncomfortable to watch. Oh, these are modern simplified characters, which is the simplified version of ancient traditional characters. If you are not used to it, you can set it to traditional. Lin Yi immediately set it to traditional for her. It's much more pleasing to the eye now. Lung Lung nodded. She didn't doubt that Lin Yi could set it up. I thought these two fonts were common in the secular world. I've found the jade market that you're looking for. There's one in the East District of Shimar City. It's not a small one. Lin Yi passed the phone to her and saw that she was staring at the phone eagerly. He knew that although she did not say it, she probably wanted a mobile phone in her heart. After all, this thing was really convenient to use. He suggested, "How about this? I'll bring you to buy a mobile phone first. Then we'll go to the jade market. What do you think?" Lung Lung thought about it. She nodded and said, "All right." One of the reasons why she agreed so readily was that her relationship with Lin Yi had been getting closer recently. She was no longer as distant as before. However, the most important reason was that she knew her place. Coming to the secular world from the ancient Jianghu world, even a person like her who could accept new things quickly would not be able to adapt in a short period of time. The way she talked and did things were often incompatible with the people in the secular world. She might get lost once she stepped out of the door. After all, the distribution of the cities here was much more complicated than the ancient Jianghu world. Even the most prosperous area in the ancient Jianghu world only had a few streets. There were so many streets and alleys here. An outsider like her who was not used to it would get lost if she was not careful. It was the same when she bought the medicine last time. It took her a lot of effort to find her way back. However, if she had a mobile phone with her, she could check the map at any time even if she was lost. It would be much more convenient. Until now, she still didn't know that the most basic function of a mobile phone was to make calls. She thought it was used to search for things online. Both of them went out immediately. Although both of them were cultivators and it was only a matter of time before they entered the city, they did not want to break the window paper. Therefore, they could only wait for the bus to enter the city at the entrance of the residential area. This kind of experience was absolutely unprecedented for Lung Lung. Even Lin Yi did not have many experiences like this. In his impression, he had never taken the bus since he left the mountain, especially during the morning rush hour. Although it was definitely a miserable experience for the office workers who had to squeeze into the bus to go to work in the morning and evening, Lin Yi and Lung Lung felt that it was a fresh experience. However, what made both of them speechless was that it was a rare chance for them to take the bus. Both of them actually encountered the legendary bus wolf. The bus was crowded and physical contact was inevitable. Especially for a beauty like Lung Lung, anyone would be willing to rub themselves against her. Naturally, there was no lack of perverted hands that would take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her. Lung Lung had never experienced something like this before. Before the perverted hands could touch her body, she turned around and kicked at the guy's crotch. Fortunately, she remembered the rules of the training and held back her strength. Otherwise, that kick would have killed him. The guy was in so much pain that he curled up like a shrimp. A gangster next to him immediately stood up for him. He shouted loudly in an arrogant tone, "How dare you kick my brother, Shanji? Are you tired of living? Who is it? Stand up and kowtow to apologize." Lin Yi was amused when he saw the situation. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Weren't these two Shanji and Pudgy who came to pretend to be ghosts last time? So it's the two of you. Lung Lung turned around to look at the two of them. There was an inexplicable murderous look on her cold pretty face. She was not only a girl, but also a beginner stage foundation building expert. Her hands had seen blood and killed people. "Huh! It's you." Shanji and Pudgy were stunned. The bus was crowded. If Lung Lung had not turned around, both of them would not have been able to see Lung Lung's face clearly. They could only tell from her back that she was a rare beauty. Who would have thought that she was actually the woman in white who kicked the two of them until they wet their pant? Chapter 50-34. These two punks were considered to be somewhat famous in Shimar City. They used to look for girls to take advantage of them on the bus. Most people dared not say anything to them even though they were angry at them. They had never met violence with violence like this. Looking at this situation, these two punks were actually a little afraid of this girl. That was really strange. Climb out of the window and jump down by yourselves. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lung Lung looked at the two of them expressionlessly. This. Shanji and the puffy skin looked at each other. They wanted to act tough, but when they thought of this woman's combat power, they would only be beaten up by her even if they joined forces. They did not have the guts to say anything at this time. Lung Lung was staring at them with such an unfriendly expression. It felt like they were being stared at by an extremely dangerous leopard. They could not help but feel their hair standing on end. Stop the car. I want to get off. Shanji could only shout at the driver. Since they could not afford to provoke her, they could only admit defeat. I'm sorry, there's no stop here. You can't stop the car. The driver in front said without turning his head. Fuck. Stop when I ask you to stop. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll bring people to your house to block the door every day. Shanji threatened. I'll only count to 3. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't disappear. Lung Lung did not care whether the car stopped or not. She immediately started counting, 1, 2, 3. Before her voice died away, Shanji and the puffy skin could not care so much anymore. They hurriedly jumped out of the window at the side. They fell with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Fortunately, the driver slowed down the speed. Otherwise, the two of them would definitely be hospitalized from the jump. The bystanders were dumbfounded by the scene. All of a sudden, every one of them regarded Lung Lung as a celestial being. Could this girl be the legendary plainclothed policewoman? She could actually frighten the two punks to such a state. Lung Lung still acted like nothing happened. She even frowned without a trace. The reason why she insisted these two to jump out of the car was because she wanted to punish them. In fact, there was a more important reason besides punishing them. The car was too crowded. It was the morning rush hour now. Even if they were driven off in this way, the car would still be a mess. With her cold temperament that rejected people thousands of miles away, ordinary people would not be able to walk within 3 steps of her. Now, he was surrounded by people, and physical contact was unavoidable. How could he stand it? After hesitating for a long while, Cooled Lung finally braced herself and moved closer to Lin Yi's direction. She would rather be closer to Lin Yi than to be squeezed by these strangers. At least they were familiar with each other, and she didn't hate Lin Yi. This unexpected action surprised Lin Yi for a long time. He never thought that the cold girl would take the initiative to approach him. Smelling the orchid fragrance of the other party close at hand, Lin Yi secretly thought to himself that the bus was really crowded. This was really a pleasant surprise. However, although the two of them were squeezed together, Lin Yi did not make any move to take advantage of them. He knew that little cold girl's willingness to stay with him was the result of so many days of hard work. If he had any thoughts that he shouldn't have at this time, he would destroy the good impression that he had made with great difficulty. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Towards Lin Yi's gentlemanly behavior, even Cooled herself felt a little surprised. In her heart, Lin Yi was a very persistent pursuer. She thought that he would not let go of such a chance to enter the tiger's mouth. She was even mentally prepared that as long as Lin Yi did not do anything overboard, she would hug him for a while. Who knew that Lin Yi would be so restrained? He did not make any move to take advantage of her. As such, Lin Yi's impression in her heart became more positive and reliable. Cooled Lung could not help but have a strange thought. This guy seemed to be more reliable than those pursuers of the ancient underworld. They were silent throughout the journey. When they arrived at the city, the two of them squeezed themselves off the bus with all their might. They looked at each other and let out a long sigh of relief. Squeezing into the bus during the rush hour was too scary. How did those office workers who had to squeeze each other in the morning and evening survive? It's convenient to take the bus, but it's too crowded. Cooled smiled bitterly as she looked at the bus that was getting further away. After squeezing into the bus once, she did not want to take the bus for the rest of her life anymore. She would rather die than to take the bus again. We can't help it. who asked us to be so unlucky to be in the morning rush hour. It would be better if we came a little later. It's a mistake. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, let's go. Let's go to the cell phone store and have a look. I think it's just a little further ahead. Cooled nodded. At the same time, she looked at the bustling city in front of her curiously. Although she had been in the secular world for a while, she did not come to the downtown area often. Strictly speaking, this was only her second time. She was in a hurry the last time and she did not take a good look. She got lost in the end. This time, with Lin Yi's company, she could enjoy the prosperity of the secular world. You've never been here before? Lin Yi asked casually. I've been here once, but I didn't take a good look. Your secular world. Cooled was about to let the cat out of the bag. She reacted quickly and tried to salvage the situation. This place is quite different from my hometown. I should say very different. Is that so? Oh yeah, I still don't know where you're from. Where are you from? Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he took the opportunity to probe. Cooled did not know how to answer for a moment. She thought for a while and said, I think I'm from Hushi province. What she said was not a lie. If Shenongjia was the exit of the ancient little underworld, its geographical location was indeed in Hushi province. Hushi province? Lin Yi was stunned. He did not know if what she said was true or false. He tried to probe, but judging from your accent, it's a little different from the people in Hushi province. Hushi province is a big place. There are many accents. It's normal to be different. Lung Lung finally came up with an idea in this desperate situation. She was afraid that Lin Yi would continue to probe further, so she quickly changed the topic. Let's talk about yourself. What's your name? Where are you from? Lin Yi blushed with shame. Of course, he knew that she was trying to change the topic. However, he could not help but feel the urge to burst into tears when he heard what she said. He had been trying so hard to please her for half a month and this little cold girl finally remembered to ask for his name. My name is Lin Yi. My hometown is the West Star Mountain Village. It's a small mountain village. I don't think you've heard of it before, Lin Yi answered with a smile. Oh. Cooled nodded. Deep down, she was relieved. She managed to dodge the question. Chapter 50-35. He did not know how Yun Yun and the others were doing. Thinking of these female confidants, Lin Yi could not wait to rush back to East Ocean City. However, he could not. Firstly, his strength had only recovered to the peak of the early stage of foundation building. He did not have an absolute advantage when facing those heavenly Dao stage experts. Secondly, he had yet to figure out the origin and intention of those heavenly Dao stage experts. How could he go back with peace of mind? You pick it yourself. See which style you like. I'll give it to you, Lin Yi said generously. All right. Lung Lung agreed readily this time. She really wanted a cell phone, but she did not have that much money in the secular world with her. Naturally, she could only let Lin Yi give it to her. After all, the value of a cell phone was incomparable to the supreme-grade spiritual jade in her heart. Since she had accepted the supreme-grade spiritual jade, it made no difference whether she had a cell phone or not. Both of them walked around the cell phone store. Ordinary people would ask about the brand and configuration before buying a cell phone. Lung Lung obviously did not know about these things. She only had one principle when picking a cell phone, which was to look good. In the end, she picked an Apple. He did not know that this little cold girl's aesthetic sense was quite compatible with the secular world. While Lin Yi thought it was funny, he could not help but feel lucky at the same time. Fortunately, he had gotten quite a lot of money from the two scammers. Otherwise, he would be struggling to make ends meet if he only relied on his 10,000 yuan. Can I go online with this now? Lung Lung asked eagerly. Not yet. We still have to buy a SIM card. There's a business hall here. With that, Lin Yi brought her in and bought her a SIM card. He also set up a couples service, allowing them to call each other for free. Couple service. Lung Lung watched from the side. Although she did not say much, she still felt a little strange. She only came to a sudden realization when she saw a pair of lovey-dovey young lovers who also wanted to register a couple service. Could it be that the couples here were Dao companions? Lung Lung's gaze towards Lin Yi was a little strange. Although she still did not understand what was called free, she guessed that this service was definitely not for ordinary people. Only couples would do such a service. However, even though she guessed it, she had no intention of stopping him. After all, she knew nothing about these businesses. She could only let Lin Yi decide what to do. Besides, it was just a couple business, so it wasn't a big deal. In her eyes, all of this, including the phone, was just a game. It wouldn't have any substantial impact on their relationship in real life, so she let Lin Yi do it. After everything was done, she took her mobile phone from Lin Yi's hand and coldly tried to surf the internet according to the method Lin Yi taught her before. Sure enough, she could look up things. She immediately became happy. She had never tried this before. Lin Yi smiled as he watched from the side. Even an iceberg beauty like Little Cold Girl would smile as long as she encountered something interesting. This was really rare. But then again, this Little Cold Girl's learning ability was really strong. He had only roughly demonstrated it to her previously. Now that she had changed to a brand new phone, she could actually explore the internet on her own. Moreover, this was based on the premise that she knew nothing about the internet. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to learn it so quickly. Lung Lung was surfing the internet happily. Seeing that she had opened another gossip website, Lin Yi held his forehead helplessly. If this continued, Little Cold Girl could surf the internet alone until the sky turned dark. If she was born in the secular world, she would definitely be an otaku. You can surf the website slowly when you get back. Surfing the internet is just an additional function of a smartphone. Now, I'll teach you the phone's most basic and important function, making a phone call. Lin Yi had to interrupt. Make a phone call? Lung Lung was stunned. That's right. This is the essence of the existence of a phone. As long as you know each other's number, you can talk to each other even if you're thousands of miles away. It's just like face-to-face. Lin Yi smiled. So magical. Lung Lung was shocked at once. She even forgot the most basic disguise. Could this be the legendary voice transmission from 1,000 miles away? It's very magical. But you'll get used to it soon. Lin Yi demonstrated it to her as he spoke. With Lung Lung's strong learning ability, this was not difficult at all. She understood it at first glance. So there's really a voice transmission from 1,000 miles away. Moreover, ordinary people without any strength can use it. This is simply a divine tool. If this was in the place where I came from, I'm afraid it would have been snatched away like crazy. It's amazing that there's such a powerful thing in the secular world. Lung Lung could not help but murmur to herself softly. Although she spoke softly, Lin Yi, who was next to her, heard it. He immediately asked, "Don't tell me there's no phone in your place. Hushi province shouldn't be so backward, right?" No, my place is very remote. It's always been isolated from the world. So I've never seen something like a phone. Lung Lung was shocked. She quickly covered up and tried to salvage the situation. Is that so? If there's such a place in Hushi province, then the scenery must be amazing. I'd really like to go and have a look if there's a chance, Lin Yi said dubiously. Let's talk about it when there's a chance. Lung Lung forced a smile and shook her head. Although she was not lying, she was talking about the ancient little underworld. The scenery was indeed much better than the chaotic and noisy secular world. However, how could an ordinary person like Lin Yi go to that kind of place? There's always a chance. Lin Yi smiled faintly as if there was a profound meaning behind it. He did not want to get to the bottom of it because he knew it was useless to ask now. He then said, "Let me teach you other uses. Other than making calls and surfing the internet, there are many other interesting software and games on the smartphone nowadays." Really? Lung Lung revealed a surprised expression again. It was just a small phone, but it had so many magical functions. The secular world was really not simple. When he was teaching her these things, both of them naturally came together again. They were even closer than when they were on the public bus. Once again, he took a whiff of the refreshing orchid fragrance on her body. Lin Yi could not help but feel a little moved. The feeling of pursuing a girl gave him a different kind of feeling. It seemed to be the same as before, but also a little different. Chapter 5036. In addition to sighing, Lin Yi also felt a little guilty. He always felt that he had caused too many love debts, and it was really unfair to Meng Yarrow and the others. However, after staying on Sky Tier Island for 3 years, while his strength skyrocketed, his views were also changing. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he could no longer be considered as an ordinary person in the secular world. As his level changed, so did his vision and perspective. Forcefully maintaining the values of an ordinary person was not only unscientific, but also incompatible with the environment he was in. Thinking back to when he was still in the secular world, it was shocking to have a few girlfriends at the same time, but on Sky Tier Island, strength was everything. Someone like Zhong Liju who had a few wives was not a stain at all. Instead, he would only be looked up to and talked about, and no one had ever said anything wrong. At the end of the day, this was a change in thinking. Lin Yi was originally a typical secular person. He always felt that only monogamy was the most fair and reasonable, but after a long time, he felt that it was nothing. Love was something that came naturally, and it couldn't be forced or rejected. Training was not only about strength, but more importantly, it was the cultivation of the heart. As the saying goes, nature is as good as water. The higher the level, the more open-minded one would be, and the less obsession they had. Lin Yi's intangible change in thinking was actually a kind of transformation. One had to know that not only Zhong Liju, but even the super big shots like Shanghai Tianhua, who he respected, had more than one wife. It was because he was open-minded that he accepted Huang Xiaodao, Ning Xuefei, and Hui Yudi, these beauties naturally, and also because he was pursuing Cooled like he was now. Putting aside the motive of asking for information, Cooled herself was also a girl who attracted people's love. A fair and graceful lady was a gentleman's desire. If Lin Yi said that he didn't have any urges in this aspect, he would definitely be lying to others. While Lin Yi was feeling strange in his heart, Leng Leng, who was almost leaning against him at this moment, actually felt the same way. Based on her cold personality, she would never allow anyone to get so close to her. However, she did not know why. Her heart did not reject this kind of slightly intimate action. It was the same when they were on the bus. She even felt that this feeling was faintly warm and sweet. She stole a glance at the young couple who were also huddled together and playing with their phones not far away. Leng Leng couldn't help but blush. Lin Yi soon noticed this strangeness, and he couldn't help but look at her with a little surprise. Once this little cold girl was really familiar with him, she seemed to be quite open. Was she a typical person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Both of them were too close to each other. When Lin Yi turned his head around, he could clearly feel the breath he exhaled. Leng Leng finally felt embarrassed. She exclaimed softly and hastily took a step back. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi pretended to be at a loss. "No, nothing. Let's go to the Jade Market. We'll talk about the phone later." Leng Leng looked a little embarrassed. Although she did not reject this kind of intimate but not excessive contact, she still felt a little shy in her heart. Most importantly, she knew that it was impossible for her and Lin Yi to be together, so she really didn't want to give him such an illusion. It was clearly impossible, but it gave him illusory hope, and in the end, she had to kill him with her own hands. There was nothing crueler than this in the world. All right. Lin Yi felt a little pity. However, this kind of thing could not be rushed. It was already a rare breakthrough to be able to have such intimate contact today. He would be surprised if it was just a step further. It was good to be like this now. Both of them immediately went to the Jade Market. Although it was called a Jade Market, it actually did not only sell all kinds of jade wares. At the same time, it also sold all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, and even some antiques, calligraphy and paintings. To be precise, it was a jewelry street. After all, Shimar City was just a small counter-level city. It was not like a big city like Donghai City that was full of shopping malls. Almost everything that one wanted could be bought in every shopping mall. Here, all the jewelry, jade wares, antiques, calligraphy and paintings were gathered on the same street because it was the only way to attract enough people. I really didn't expect that there would be a jewelry street of this scale in this small Shimar city. There are many shops selling jade wares and antiques. It's the right decision to come here today. Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the jewelry street and said in surprise. Nowadays, in the secular world, there were all kinds of jewelry shops even in the smallest city. However, there were not many shops selling jade wares and antiques. Not every small city had them. Looking at the scale of Shimar City, it could be vaguely compared to some big cities. It could be seen that the business atmosphere here was flourishing, which was rare. Well, there are so many. Lung Lung said in surprise. At least in the small Jianghu in the ancient times, there was not such a bustling jewelry market. She did not have much hope for finding spiritual jades today because the probability was very small. However, there were so many stalls here. If she was lucky, she might really find something. The two of them followed the crowd and started to shop on the jewelry street. Lin Yi was shopping blindly because he knew that there would not be anything good in this place. Spiritual jades were even more of a fantasy. However, Lung Lung took it seriously. In her mind, since Lin Yi was able to find spiritual jades of the highest grade, there would be a second one if there was one. Of course, she would have to search one stall at a time. Of course, she did not even look at the gold and silver jewelry. She only looked at the jade wares. She could not wait to hold every piece in her hand and feel it. Only then could she accurately judge if there was spiritual qi. But this way, her actions were too strange. Who would touch all the jades in a stall and then not buy a single piece in the end? Though the owners were astonished, they were still doing business after all, and cooled was a rare beauty. They would not suffer any loss if their jade wares were to be touched, so they pinched their noses and accepted it. However, their expressions were still a little strange. Lung Lung did not care about the reactions of these irrelevant people. However, she was a little afraid that Lin Yi would be suspicious. Although there were many loopholes in her plan, she could not see clearly because she was closely involved. She thought that Lin Yi did not notice anything unusual. She must search carefully for the spiritual jades. However, if this continued, Lin Yi would definitely ask her what she was looking for. How could she fool him by then? While Lung Lung was struggling, Lin Yi suddenly suggested, "The jade you are looking for is similar to the one I gave you before, right? This jewelry street is too big. I don't know how long it will take for us to search one stall at a time. Why don't we search separately? It will be faster this way. We can even have lunch on time later. What do you think?" Chapter 50-37. Lung Lung was extremely disappointed. At this moment, she saw Lin Yi walking towards her. He asked, "How is it? Is there anything you like?" "No." Lung Lung shook her head helplessly. "I found a piece of jade here. It feels similar to the previous one. Have a look." A small jade suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. "Really?" Lung Lung was shocked. She took the jade and felt it carefully. It was indeed filled with spiritual energy. It was another piece of supreme-grade spiritual jade. Lung Lung's gaze towards Lin Yi changed instantly. What kind of luck did this guy have? He had spent so much effort looking for it for so long to no avail. In the end, he could just casually find a top-grade spiritual jade. He already had a piece before, and now he had another one. His luck was too heaven-defying. People really couldn't be compared with each other. "Where did you buy this piece of jade? Do you have any more?" Lung Lung quickly asked. She would never let go of such a supreme-grade spiritual jade during normal times, let alone replenishing her spiritual energy with a spiritual jade when she was injured. "Of course not. I have a very high standard when it comes to jade artifacts. It's not easy to find a pure jade with such luster. I'm already very lucky to find one." Lin Yi shook his head. "Luster? This jade has luster." Lung Lung could not help but feel strange. She only looked at the abundance of spiritual energy when she picked a jade. She never cared about the appearance, nor would she carefully distinguish the luster. Of course. Luster is one of the most important factors when picking a jade. Don't you look at it? Lin Yi was surprised instead. I don't know much about this." Lung Lung shook her head in confusion. Although it was only one piece, she was still very happy. She did not have to worry about the lack of spiritual energy. The stone that was hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. She immediately asked, "This jade should be very expensive. How much did you buy it for? I'll find a way to give it to you. Look at what you're saying. We don't need money with our relationship. Let alone a piece of jade, even if you want something more expensive, I'll get it for you without a second thought. Lin Yi took the opportunity to express his determination. Really? Everything is fine? Leng Leng gave him a meaningful look. Of course. Lin Yi nodded decisively. If it's something that's very useful to you, or something that's very useful to you, would you still be willing to give it to me? She asked coldly. She thought that Lin Yi didn't know the value of these 2 pieces of top-grade spirit jades, let alone the use of these 2 pieces of top-grade spirit jades. She thought that they were just ordinary jade ornaments, so he didn't hesitate to give them to her. If it was something else that was very important to him, she was afraid that he wouldn't give it to her so quickly. Initially, Cooled Lung thought that the other party would certainly hesitate for a moment when she raised such a difficult question. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi nodded his head firmly without even thinking, I'm willing to. Putting aside the fact that he was pursuing Cooled Lung now, he gave it to Qin Yu without hesitation when he was about to enter the Thunder Calamity Point, and he only had 1 Thunder Profound pill with him back then on the Thunderous Plain Island. One should know that Qin Yu wasn't even a friend to him. She was just a passerby that he had some connections with. Lin Yi was never a stingy person. As long as there was something good, as long as it was beneficial to the people around him, he would not hesitate to share it with everyone. Whether it was a friend or a follower, as long as they were trustworthy, they would be treated the same as those female confidants. He would never hide anything from them. Based on the current development, Cooled might become his female confidant. Naturally, he would not be stingy with Cooled. No matter what she wanted, as long as she really needed it, he would definitely find a way to get it for her even if he didn't have it with him at the moment. There was no doubt about that. Upon listening to the answer, Cooled fell into silence as she looked at Lin Yi's serious expression. She was a little touched in her heart. Although she could not be sure if Lin Yi was just talking about it or if he was really thinking about it, she believed that it was most likely the latter based on their previous interactions. From her point of view, Lin Yi should not be the kind of person who had no principles and only wanted to deceive a girl's heart. Although Cooled admitted that she did not have a lot of experience in the martial world and could not be said to have the ability to read people, she could feel it with her heart. At least, she could not feel the slightest bit of malice from Lin Yi. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Lin Yi to make those intimate actions today. Looking at Cooled's expression at the moment, Lin Yi suddenly understood the thing that this little cold girl was really concerned about. The reason why she behaved so coldly and vigilantly, always keeping people at a distance, was because she lacked a sense of security. This girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside was actually very afraid of being deceived. She was even more afraid of being toyed with by others for no reason after giving her feelings rashly. Lin Yi thought about it and said with a smile, actually, there's a conventional rule now. If a man and a woman break up, most of the time, the man will leave the house with nothing. Leave the house? Cooled was stunned when she heard that. She could not help but ask with a strange expression, why do we have to leave the house with nothing? If it's just to punish the man's mistakes, isn't this rule a little too cruel? You've misunderstood me. This cleansing doesn't mean cleansing. What I'm talking about is that the guy doesn't want anything after the breakup, leaving all his assets to the girl. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, he said that purely to comfort Cooled. That was why he only picked the nicer words to say. He did not mention that although there were many men in this world who left the house with nothing, there were also many scumbags who asked for a ring after a breakup. Similarly, the world had always been like this. Oh, so that's what you mean. Cooled blushed a little, but she still asked curiously, since you've already broken up, why do you still leave everything to the woman? Are all men sick? In the small ancient Jianghu that she was in, once a man and a woman had a falling out, they would often fight over things. They would be eager to take back everything from the other party. Such examples were not uncommon. She had never heard of any man who would be so generous. They had obviously broken up, but he still left everything to the woman. I can't say that they're sick, but it's a prevailing social ethos. At least this is much better than fighting over property right after a breakup. A man should always be more responsible towards a woman. Lin Yi could only continue to pick the nicer words to say. However, deep down in his heart, he was rather touched. Chapter 5038. Is that so? Leng Leng nodded skeptically. It was not that she doubted Lin Yi, but this kind of thing was completely different from her worldview. It was impossible for her to believe it so easily. Could it be that all the men in the secular world had such a high level of awareness? As the two of them were talking, they saw a couple quarreling next to them. Listening to the content of the quarrel, they were not only asking for a divorce, but they were also fighting over the division of property. Lin Yi's face darkened when he heard that. He had just put some gold on the faces of the men in the secular world, and in the end, there was a scumbag who came out to undermine him. He was really not a liar. It was obvious that even God could not stand it anymore. This was too unlucky. As expected, Leng Leng's expression turned ugly. After spending a day together, the relationship between the two had reached a critical point. As long as they poked a hole in the window paper, they could go one step further. The little Leng Leng looked at everyone as if they were strangers, but when she looked at Lin Yi, her gaze carried some indescribable warmth. However, with this, the good impression that Lin Yi had built up with great difficulty collapsed instantly. Although Leng Leng's gaze was not strangers, it was impossible to strike while the iron was hot to go one step further. There are exceptions to everything. No matter how pure a place is, there will always be some scum. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the same kind of person as this scumbag. Lin Yi quickly tried to salvage the situation. Oh. Leng Leng nodded. Lin Yi could not help but feel perturbed when he saw her expression. Did she believe him or not? The two of them were silent for a moment. Leng Leng suddenly said, "Actually, you don't have to explain this to me. I've said it before, I'm not the same kind of person as you. It's impossible for the two of us to be together. Even if I really agree to it, it's not a good thing for you. It will only bring you a fatal disaster." So serious? You're not a runaway bride from some big house, are you? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. Leng Leng was speechless, but she still said, "You can understand it that way. Either way, the two of us can't be together. I'm not lying to you. The level that I'm at is really different from what you've imagined. Someone might die. Hehe, we've known each other for so long. Do you still think I'm an ordinary person?" Lin Yi suddenly said with a profound expression. What? Leng Leng was startled. Her first reaction was to subconsciously guess if Lin Yi was a cultivator too. Putting aside everything else, at least judging from the fact that he had obtained 2 pieces of top-grade spiritual jades in succession, the possibility that Lin Yi was a cultivator was indeed very high. However, she quickly dismissed that thought because she could not sense any strength from Lin Yi at all. Even if Lin Yi was a cultivator, he could only be a cultivator in the secular world. It was impossible for his strength to be so high that she, an expert in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, could not sense it after interacting with him for such a long time, right? Actually, I'm also very awesome. It's just that I'm in trouble now. Back in the day, I was also an existence that shook the martial world. A simple stomp of my foot would make countless experts tremble in fear. Lin Yi purposely put on the demeanor of an expert. Leng Leng was immediately amused by him. The thought that had just emerged in her mind was instantly tossed to the back of Java. This guy was purely playing a prank to amuse her. How could he be a cultivator? She was too nervous. Lin Yi looked at her expression and could not help but chuckle. What he said sounded unreliable, but there was not a single lie in it. If he said it out loud, it would definitely be the truth. Unfortunately, people would take it as a joke. What else could he do? It's almost time. Let's go eat, Lin Yi immediately suggested. Sure. Leng Leng nodded. She had now obtained a piece of supreme-grade spiritual jade. She was already satisfied with today's trip. The two of them came to a seafood restaurant nearby. Business was booming. They had to queue for 20 minutes before they could get a seat. However, when the table of seafood was served, the two of them immediately felt that the queue was not in vain. The booming business was not fake. It was super delicious. Leng Leng was especially amazed as she ate. These dishes are so delicious. They're fresh and tender. I've never eaten them before. Is this the seafood that they were talking about? Yeah. Have you never eaten seafood before? Lin Yi was even more surprised than her. No. Lung Lung did not even lift her head. She was eating happily. Previously, when they were not familiar with each other, she was cold and aloof. Now that they were familiar with each other, she was more open. Lin Yi could not help but feel even more puzzled. While he was looking at her eating the seafood, he was secretly speculating where this little cold girl came from. According to his previous speculation, she should have come from a place where the concentration of spiritual energy was denser than the secular world but thinner than the Heaven Rank Island. Be it the Heaven Rank Island or the secular world, there were oceans. No matter how secretive the place was, it was impossible that she could not even eat seafood with her identity as a cultivator. Unless there was no ocean in the place where she came from. It was a third independent plane that was completely isolated from the secular world and the Heaven Rank Island. This conclusion really surprised Lin Yi. There was actually a third plane in this world. Moreover, it could produce quite a number of heavenly path experts. It was really unexpected. Lin Yi was making all kinds of speculations in his heart. Although Lung Lung was eating happily, she thought that Lin Yi was paying attention to her table manners when she felt his unusual gaze. She could not help but blush and put it away. She hastily resumed her usual cold demeanor. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became a little weird. It was only then that Lin Yi suddenly came to his senses. He thought about it and suggested, "It's kind of boring to eat like this. Why don't you tell me about your story? You've never talked about it before." Ah! Lung Lung was startled. She mumbled, "There's nothing much to talk about my story. Why don't we talk about yours first?" Lin Yi had long guessed that she would say that. He did not force her. He smiled and said, "All right, then I'll tell you about my story back then." "All right." Lung Lung let out a sigh of relief. She was not good at making up lies. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, she would have exposed herself. Lin Yi smiled as he cleared his throat. He spoke with fervor and assurance. "Back then, I was also a martial arts expert who was in the limelight. I traveled thousands of miles to an overseas celestial island to learn from a master. At that time, I thought that I was already a very powerful top-notch expert. I was already a top-notch existence in this secular world. However, after I went to that celestial island, guess what happened?" "What?" Although Lung Lung felt that he was talking nonsense, she was still intrigued by him. Chapter 5039. He described it vividly. To Lung Lung, it was so detailed that it sounded like the truth. Little did she know that Lin Yi was talking about his personal experience. From the time he first entered the welcoming pavilion to the newcomers' tournament, he told her everything. The only difference was that he changed the names of the North Island, welcoming pavilion, and so on. Not only that, Lin Yi had also changed his cultivation level. He changed it to the so-called martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial king, martial honor and so on. Otherwise, if he were to reveal his original cultivation level, Lung Lung would definitely know about it on the spot. That would be like exposing the window paper in advance. Lin Yi had no such intention. What Lin Yi did not know was that the strength level that he made up casually was later remembered by someone who had an ulterior motive. It even turned into a set of universal martial arts cultivation levels after a few years. Lung Lung was his only listener. She did not think much of it at first, but the more she listened, the more she was engrossed in it. In the end, she could not help but interrupt and ask, "The energy jade that you mentioned, is it the jade that you found today?" "That's right. You've found out about it. Back then, there were a lot of these things on the Immortal Island. If all my assets were to be piled up with energy jade, I guess it would be at least a small hill." Lin Yi chuckled. In fact, it was more than a small hill. His current financial resources were already comparable to a large force. After all, he could casually refine some high-grade pills and sell them at a sky-high price. This was the advantage of being a high-level alchemist. They lacked everything but spiritual jade. "You're bragging." Lung Lung suddenly smiled, but she still said, "Although the story you told is quite interesting, you better not tease me. You must have heard these stories from some storyteller." I know there are many storytellers in the secular world. Lung Lung smiled. Lin Yi smiled as he listened. This cold girl had unknowingly spilled the beans again. In fact, he deliberately said these things not just to kill time, but to let the other party gradually understand and accept him. This way, at least there would be a gradual process, and she would not be unable to accept it all at once. However, Kuld's reaction made Lin Yi even more certain of one thing, and that was that these heavenly Dao experts who came to the third plane had no knowledge of Heaven Stage Island at all. It was just that he could not confirm whether they did not know about the existence of Heaven Stage Island at all, or whether they were like the secular world. Although the legend of Heaven Stage Island had spread, they could not reach it. The two of them chatted as they ate. When they were almost done, Lin Yi went to the counter to pay the bill. Thank you, 12,835. Let's forget about the small change, 12,800. The lady boss's charm was still there, but the boss standing next to her was a big and fierce man. At first glance, he didn't look like a businessman at all. Instead, he looked more like a gangster who mingled in the underworld. 12,800 yuan? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard it. Although he did not count the dishes carefully when he ordered, he roughly estimated that this meal would cost at most 300 to 400 yuan. How could it be 12,800 yuan? Yes, this is the menu you ordered, sir. There is a calculator here. If you don't believe me, you can calculate it yourself. Our business has always been fair to the old and young, and we never cheat people. The lady boss said with a smile. Lin Yi glanced at her. If he really wanted to calculate this, he did not need a calculator at all. He just needed to calculate it in his mind. He said faintly, 396 yuan. Do you need me to calculate it step by step for you? No, I think you have misunderstood, sir. Please look at the price list carefully again, and look at the sentence marked at the bottom. The lady boss still had a warm smile on her face. The above seafood is priced individually. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Normally, it was priced by the portion. How could it be priced individually? That's right. That's it. Sir, look at this mango snail you ordered. It's priced at 98, and there are 60 of them in a plate, so that's 5,808. And this top-grade immortal prawn is priced at 72, and there are also 60 of them in a plate, so that's 4,302. Just these two dishes alone are already 10,200. Including the other dishes, 12,800 should be considered fair and reasonable, right? The lady boss smiled amiably, and actually gave people a feeling of sincerity. You call this fair and reasonable? Lung Lung was about to lose her temper. Although she did not understand these and did not have a clear concept of the currency in the secular world, she knew that she was cheated when she heard Lin Yi's words. It was originally only 396 yuan, but it suddenly became 12,800 yuan. How could he do business like this? Previously, she thought that this seafood restaurant had a unique taste and had a good impression of it. Now, it suddenly turned into a bellyful of anger. How was this a seafood restaurant? It was clearly a scam shop. Miss, please be polite with your words. The prices of this restaurant are clearly written on the price list. You must have seen it before you ordered the dishes. Since you have ordered these dishes, you naturally have to pay the corresponding amount. How is it not fair and reasonable? The lady boss's face turned cold. Hey, you two are not planning to dine and dash, are you? Brothers, watch out for me. The fierce-looking boss next to them immediately shouted and threatened. A few punks at the door chuckled and responded a few times. Each of them picked up a bench and stared at Lin Yi and Lung Lung maliciously. Lung Lung was about to make a move immediately. Of course, she would not pay attention to a few punks in the secular world. However, Lin Yi stopped her calmly. He looked at the lady boss indifferently and said, "All right, then 12,800 yuan it is. I can still afford this amount of money." As Lin Yi spoke, he took out a thick stack of cash to pay the bill. The boss and the lady boss looked at each other and their eyes suddenly lit up. They smiled happily and said, "That's more like it. I can tell that you're a local tycoon at first glance. How can you not take out such a small amount of money?" Although they said so, They were laughing in their hearts that this kid was really an idiot who was puffing himself up to his own cost. In order not to make a fool of himself in front of his female companion, he could only bite the bullet and do as he was told even though he knew he would be ripped off. This time, he made the right choice. The seafood restaurant opened by the couple was actually not a scam shop. They usually did business in an honest manner. Only when they encountered outsiders like Lin Yi who had a foreign accent and brought along a female companion would they rip him off. Chapter 50-40. Lung Lung was furious at the side, but Lin Yi was very cooperative. He did not forget to say after giving the money, 12,800 yuan. Do you understand? Sure. Come again next time. I'll give you a discount. The boss and the lady boss looked at each other and snickered. They quickly stuffed the money into the drawer. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Only then did he walk out of the door with Lung Lung under a group of sarcastic gazes. He did not have the slightest anger of being ripped off. Instead, he behaved calmly as if he was just having a normal meal. Why are you such a coward? People are obviously lying to you. Why did you fall for it? Do you like to be a sucker? I hate this kind of idiot who pretends to be rich in front of women the most. Lung Lung's pretty face was full of coldness. If it was up to her, she would have smashed this black shop long ago. However, she did not know what was on Lin Yi's mind. He had been secretly stopping her and did not let her do it no matter what. Previously, when she was in the small Jianghu in ancient times, there were often some second-generation cultivators who deliberately pretended to be rich in front of her in order to pursue her. Little did they know that Lung Lung hated this kind of self-deceiving idiot the most. Every time she saw these people, she felt disgusted. She thought that Lin Yi was different from them. She did not expect that Lin Yi would also be a sucker. She had really misjudged him. Do you think I'm that stupid? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Ah! Lung Lung was stunned. She immediately swallowed back the scolding that was about to come out of her mouth. She asked curiously, then why did you give them the money obediently? Come, let's sit here to digest the food and watch the good show inside. You'll know after watching it. Lin Yi pretended to be profound and chuckled. He sat down on a stone bench by the street calmly. Lung Lung was full of doubts. However, since Lin Yi insisted, she could only sit down next to him and watch the situation inside the seafood shop at the same time. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden commotion in the seafood store. First, the boss and the boss's wife quarreled, and the quarrel spread to other employees, especially the gangsters at the door. Both of them were swearing and asking who stole the money in the drawer. Of course, no one was willing to admit to this kind of thing. Whether it was the owner and his wife, or those gangsters, none of them had a good temper. In the end, they actually fought each other and smashed the shop. What's going on? Lung Lung was baffled. Could it be that Lin Yi asked her to stay behind on purpose just to watch this? But how did Lin Yi know that these people would lose money? Look, all their money is here. Lin Yi didn't know when he had a black bag in his hand, which was full of money. Not only did he just take out more than 10,000 yuan, but he also had about 40,000 yuan in total. I'm afraid it's the turnover of the seafood restaurant in the past half a month. Of course, it may be cheated out in one day. How could it be? Lung Lung was startled. She, an expert in the early stage of foundation building, had been by Lin Yi's side all the time, but she didn't notice anything from the beginning to the end. She said in surprise, "How did you do it? Didn't I tell you before? I'm a martial arts expert. Of course, these little tricks are nothing to me." Lin Yi laughed. "You're bragging." Lung Lung couldn't help but smile. She thought that she must have been so angry that she didn't notice it. This guy was really different from those people in the ancient small Jianghu. She really misunderstood him just now. You'll know whether I'm bragging or not later. Lin Yi didn't explain. Let alone Lung Lung, even those super big shots on the heavenly stage island couldn't understand his tricks. Who would have thought that when he took the money, he didn't do it himself, but put it directly into the space of the jade pendant? But then again, he really had to thank this unscrupulous shop this time. He was worried about money during this period of time. Although the two swindlers contributed 20,000 to him in the beginning, he had a total of 30,000 in cash in addition to his own. It was more than enough for him alone. The problem was that he was busy pursuing Lung Lung now. Flirting with girls would cost him money like flowing water. He had spent 6,000 to 7,000 just to buy mobile phones and other things in one day. In addition to all kinds of daily expenses, if he were to buy something expensive for Lung Lung, the money he had on hand might not be enough. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to send money to his doorstep while he was worrying about this matter. Although Lin Yi could get money at any time with his tricks, he was not a thief without principles. He couldn't possibly steal from ordinary people for no reason. Only those scumbags who provoked him were his targets. It was the same with the two swindlers last time, and it was the same with the unscrupulous shop this time. To be honest, if it weren't for these guys, Lin Yi would have a headache for a while. In his eyes, these guys were the real money givers. I think you're addicted to storytelling. You make it sound like it's real, martial arts master. Lung Lung didn't believe his words at all. Suddenly, she was in a good mood and said, "Since the show is over, let's continue shopping. It's rare to come here. I want to take a good look at those beautiful clothes." Shopping? Lin Yi was stunned. He thought that since Lung Lung got her wish of getting the supreme spiritual jade, she would definitely want to go back to recuperate as soon as possible. He didn't expect her to have such an interest. He could only say that women were indeed women. Shopping would always have a fatal attraction to them. Even Lung Lung, who came from the third plane, was no exception. "You're not willing?" Lung Lung looked at him coldly. No, of course I'm willing. In fact, I've wanted to give you a few sets of clothes. It's just that I didn't know your size, so I didn't dare to place an order. It's more than I could ask for if you could come out and try them on yourself today." Lin Yi smiled. "You want to give me clothes?" Upon hearing this, Lung Lung suddenly blushed. She whispered shyly, "Isn't it only the husband who can buy clothes for his wife? How can I let you give?" The ethos of the ancient martial world was almost the same as the heavenly stage island. It was even more conservative. Unless it was a man and a woman who were committed to